named Johns.
Just not the one. Yep, exactly. Mine has armrests too.
Yeah, have a good show. Oh, you've got an armrest too. We apparently only have one chair in here. No, there's two over there.
No resting for us. That's
Do you
right.
like an armrest on a plane? Do you use the armrest on the plane?
Can I add this too? Now I'm more confused. I think we solved it. Now I see 3 armchairs over there. Why is it that one that he likes more? Before I thought I knew it was just the one armrest.
There's a lot of
now
extras
there's
that we
3.
live with today on the extra.
John, if you're watching, call in. We need to know.
Please answer these questions.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We appreciate you joining us today. We've got a lot going on today. So I want to, before we kind of jump into things, just to let you know a little bit about where things stand right now. First, let me give you a live look at the White House, where coming up around 1 o'clock, we're expecting to hear a White House press briefing from the press secretary, Karoline Leavitt, going to be talking amid this ceasefire announced in Iran. We heard earlier today from U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Secretary Hegseth essentially declaring, quote, a decisive military victory over Iran. So going to be interesting to hear what the press secretary has to say about that. Again, that press briefing scheduled for 1 o'clock. That's not all, though. We're going to be talking and previewing the Florida Film Festival a little bit later on. That is a film festival that kicks off tomorrow in Orlando. So we'll talk more about the festival, and we're also going to be speaking with some of the filmmakers as well. So looking forward to that today. We're talking about the Orlando Magic as their season nears an end. They play the Timberwolves at the Kia Center tonight, so that is coming up as well. We are also tracking the latest with Artemis. Give you a live look right now from the Orion capsule as they get farther from the moon and closer to Earth. Just a couple of days away now from splashdown. A lot of exciting things happening. We'll have another daily status briefing from NASA officials coming up at 3:30 today, and then later tonight around 9:45 it is. The Artemis astronauts going to be speaking with reporters here on the ground. So, and there goes the feed. As we've told you, that feed showing those live views from Orion can go down from time to time just because of a loss of signal, or if they need that bandwidth for something else. Remember, they're a couple 100,000 miles away from Earth, so that kind of happens. But yeah, we're going to be talking with Ken Kremer about the latest with Artemis, where things stand. Coming up in just a little bit. And we'll be monitoring things that go on throughout the day as well as that mission continues. Let me give you a live look right now, though. This is downtown Orlando. You can see the sun starting to peek out a little bit there, but another rainy day here in Central Florida. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. Brooks, tracking more rain and more wind out there again today.
It is a rinse and repeat, and today might be even windier compared to yesterday for a lot of us. Yeah, we've got a system that is... It's strengthening a little bit. There's a front stalled in South Florida, low pressure over the Bahamas, but it's really an area of high pressure that's moving in from New England in the northeast, producing what's called a pressure gradient, and that is winds rushing between the two systems right here over Florida. And that's making for very dangerous beach conditions and intermittent downpours, most of that happening along the beaches. So here's a live view from Daytona. It's been raining all morning. The waves are really rough. It's terrible beach weather, obviously, but the rip current risk is extreme today, and so it's advised you stay out of the water. Bad for surfing today. It's like a washing machine. So if you're a surfer and you hear news of 10-foot waves, that's usually an invite to head out there, but it's no fun. There's really little period between the waves, and it's just a mess. But yeah, you can see all that rain coming in from the Atlantic, and just depending on where you are, if you're under one of those bands, it rains for several hours on end, and that's where several inches could accumulate through the day in a couple of areas. Now, the trend through the day is that we're likely to see showers on and off, and from under those showers we could see some winds gusting between 30 and as high as 40 miles an hour. That's why the National Weather Service has issued a wind advisory for our region. And we're going to see this activity continuing through Thursday, laying down an additional half inch or so around the Orlando area, upwards of several inches south of Orlando. One model suggesting 6 or more inches, but that's not likely. It does, though, give you an indication that based on how these areas of showers are really slow moving as far as they are propagating over the same areas, we could pick up 3 or 4 inches of rain. The National Weather Service has issued a flood watch for Volusia County as well as Brevard County. Winds gusting 35 to 40 at the beaches already, and a wind advisory in effect region-wide. That's for winds that could inland gust over 35 miles an hour. There's a look at the flood watches. Flooding is a potential if we start to get some of those bands setting up this afternoon. It's kind of a complex weather setup, but we've also got an upper level system that is going to be rolling through the northern Gulf today, and that will set the jet stream up to essentially spread out as it moves over us, which helps to create lift and more rain. So here's a look at what's driving this windy setup for Florida. We've got a high pressure zone off of New England and low pressure in the Bahamas with a stationary front across Florida. And so as that high pressure moves east, the air between the high and the low gets forced right over Florida. And again, it's called a pressure gradient, and that's why you can get these sustained winds. And that's why the seas will build to such high levels with a gale warning, because it's a long fetch of strong wind going from roughly Bermuda all the way into Florida uninterrupted. Now, with the upper level flow actually being out of the west, so our weather is coming from Texas, even though at the ground the weather is coming from the east, there is going to be a possibility tomorrow morning of more rain. And we may see more morning rain tomorrow as opposed to afternoon rain, while today we're likely to see more afternoon rain as opposed to this relatively dry morning we've experienced on this Wednesday. So we're calling today a Fox 35 Storm Team Alert. Obviously, we got a lot going on with the wind advisory, the rip current warnings at the beaches, the gale warnings, the coastal flood watch, the intermittent showers and downpours really impacting our afternoon and our evening commute, and the winds will just be really gusty. Tomorrow, it's going to be kind of a transition day, still a little bit drippy and unsettled, but then once we hit the weekend, man, it's going to be beautiful, bright sunshine, 80s returning.
I tell you what, it's I feel like it's not very often that we have those days that are just like kind of really dreary from start to finish, but we're kind of having a couple of day stretch here where we're kind of going through that.
It kind of reminds me of visiting New England, like Cape Cod. You could have these days where it's just gray and windy and rainy. Here, that's pretty rare, but we definitely get it sometimes, and today's one of those sometimes.
Yeah, meanwhile, let's look ahead to tomorrow, because we're going to be getting one of the first kind of season forecasts for the upcoming hurricane season.
That's right. Colorado State University is issuing their April 9th update for the 2026 hurricane season. And the official update will likely include a lower frequency of hurricanes in the Atlantic Basin, because we're expecting a strong El Nino. When the eastern equatorial Pacific waters heat up, it's called an El Nino, and a lot of the forecasts are suggesting that this season could feature what's called a super El Nino. And that just describes an anomaly, an unusual heating that is greater than 3 degrees Celsius. All these thresholds, all these numbers, all these terms, the bottom line is the Pacific's going to be really warm, and that can change the flow around the northern hemisphere, producing a lot more wind shear in the Atlantic, which can tear apart hurricanes before they can form. That said, in 1992, there was only one big hurricane, a late season storm. The name was Andrew, and it hit South Florida as a Cat 5. So unfortunately, it doesn't protect us from hurricanes, but it just reduces our statistical chance in the game of roulette. And so I expect the forecast from Colorado State University, Garrett, to include a lower than normal forecast, but it's the old saying, it only takes one hurricane to make the worst hurricane season. So crossing fingers. But yeah, that comes out tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll obviously talk more about it tomorrow here on Fox 35 News Plus. But just, CSU, this is one of those groups that has been putting out these forecasts for years. They're one of the very well respected kind of voices with this.
Yeah, a lot of people say, well, why Colorado? Colorado's a landlocked state. Why would they be doing hurricane forecasting? And they just kind of accept it, but it has a really interesting history. So a man named Dr. William Gray, who is now passed away, he died several years ago, was in the I want to say it was either the Navy or the Army Corps. I've got to look that up. But he was stationed in the Azores, which is a group of islands in the Eastern Atlantic off of Africa, and part of his job was to do forecasting for the airplanes and for the maritime observations and for the boats and all the stuff that operates out there. And during that time, he naturally became an expert. Well, when he left the military and retired, he jumped over into academia for his job, and he got a position as a meteorology professor at Colorado State University. And then he took his passion for what was tropical meteorology and applied it to that department. And so that's how the tropical weather forecasting program at Colorado State was born. And since about 1984, they've been issuing seasonal forecasts. He realized with his skill set, he could actually predict a likelihood of a season in the Atlantic being above normal or below normal, which has lots of applications between preparing as a resident who lives on the coast for a season, but also for the insurance industry. And it's something that they've continued to do as an academic challenge. And in these days, it's done under his, I call him his disciple, because there is a true dedication here, but a gentleman named Dr. Philip Klotzbach, who is a friend of mine, and he's been there since he was a student, and now he teaches, and now he's helping to lead that tropical forecasting department. So I was talking to Dr. Phil last week and got kind of a preview on what they're going to release. So I have a little bit of a privileged information on, but it's embargoed. I can't tell you officially,
Right.
but I can just share with you from my personal knowledge of El Nino, the effects, the likely forecast. But a great group, and since then there have been countless organizations that are like, we can do that too. So through the spring, you'll see like a dozen seasonal hurricane forecasts from organizations all over the U.S. And one of them is the Climate Prediction Center, a division of the National Weather Service. And so between the CPC and CSU, those are the two really heavily weighted forecasts we take a look at. All the other ones are usually sort of private weather forecasters, and while they can be pretty good, it's sort of like throwing spaghetti at a wall. It may stick, it may not. So sort of a gamble.
All right.
It always is, though.
that is very true. We'll stay tuned for more on that. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks.
And give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Wednesday morning as we head to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Keep it right here.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're continuing to track the Artemis mission. The Orion capsule is continuing through space after it completed its lunar observations earlier this week, and now just a couple of days away from splashdown in the Pacific Ocean on Friday evening. So joining us live now to talk about the ongoing mission, where things stand, and how things have been going so far. We've got Ken Kremer, managing editor of Space UpClose, joining us live now. Ken, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I'm on the road.
On the
Doing
road.
a flyby of DC right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking beautiful where you are, and we'll talk more about what has you on the road coming up in just a few minutes. Let's talk about where things stand right now with Artemis. There's been a lot going on the past couple of days, even after that lunar observation, that lunar flyby that brought in so many of these breathtaking images.
Yes, and there you have it. It was absolutely spectacular. On Monday, I think, I've lost track of the days, but it is so good. You know, you and I talked the other day you asked me about, it looks like it's floating, okay? And there it is. It's floating. That's the moon floating in space. And they had a almost an hour-long solar eclipse. That's what you're seeing there. And the solar corona. And there you have Earth set now, setting behind the moon as they're flying in the back of the moon. It was so inspiring and so spectacular. I mean, I think it's really beyond anybody's expectation of what happened with this mission. It's way more than just a flyby. They really humanized it. And at this moment in the world, things are not so great all the time. This is a really unifying event, and these astronauts are such heroes, and NASA's done such a great job of planning.
Yeah, let's go into that because the crew themselves have gotten a lot of praise for how they've kind of handled all of this and their interactions. And what do you make of that? It certainly seems like a special group that's up there right now that in a lot of ways probably couldn't be better for what they're doing and what their mission is.
They're absolutely the top. I've been lucky to meet them a couple of times. And it's so spectacular. They are so eloquent. And there was a very poignant moment you probably know about, in the middle of all of this. The Commander Wiseman's wife passed away from cancer a few years ago. And they found these spots, these bright spots on the surface. And they had a little ceremony asking NASA and the astronomy community, and to name this bright spot after his wife Carol, and another one after integrity, the name of the capsule. So it was so poignant. I'm watching it and I'm crying, and the astronauts are all crying. Everybody was crying at Mission Control. It was really unexpected and so poignant, and just again exemplifies how this mission is so much more than what we thought it would be in a magnificent way.
And some really cool conversation as well yesterday in a space-to-space call between
Yes.
the crew on Orion and the crew that's on the International Space Station. That was really cool to kind of listen into, I feel like.
It was. It's a miracle. It's never happened before in history because during Apollo, there was no space station. So, yeah, they spoke for a couple of minutes between low Earth orbit and the moon. And, both of these are the proving ground areas, as we've spoken before, to eventually send humans to Mars. We need the space station. We're going to establish a moon base, test out all of this technology. But to have them speak to one another, it was just spectacular. And the pictures are so jaw-dropping.
And so what's going on now? We know they still have a ways to go before splashdown on Friday. This is the live look right now at their view from the Orion capsule. What's the crew doing over these remaining hours that are left?
Yeah, well, I guess today's Wednesday, right? So we got about 2 days till the splashdown, Friday evening off the coast of California. So they're getting ready for that. Pretty soon they're going to have to reconfigure the seats for re-entry. And, they're going about 1,000 miles an hour when they went looped around the moon, but they're going to be going 25,000 miles an hour when they smash into the Earth's atmosphere, heating up to 5,000 degrees. So they're doing preps for that. They're finishing up some science experiments. They got another briefing with the media this afternoon, doing some more outreach and some more science. So, it's pretty busy. But the most important thing they have to do is get ready. Get ready to come back home and conclude this mission with the splashdown. That's when everybody at NASA will breathe a sigh of relief and exhale and call this a fully successful mission. We have to get the astronauts home safe and sound.
We know there's a news conference tonight around 9:45 where the Artemis astronauts are going to have the chance to speak with reporters on the ground here. You're going to be dialed into that and hope to speak with them?
I am going to try and dial into it, yes. I'm on the road, so it's a little bit difficult, but I'm going to try to dial in. Yeah. And everybody should listen to that because that's really probably the last time we get to hear them.
Okay, good. Good to know. We'll be streaming that as well. Ken, talk with us. I know you are on the road. You're heading to a space conference where you're going to be talking about some of this stuff. Let us talk to us a little bit about where you're heading.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just south of DC right now. I'm heading to New York City area, just north of New York City. Anybody there? That's it. The NEAF Astronomy Conference. I help organize it, but they've invited me to talk all about Artemis II throughout the mission, and it's it's great. There's 100 vendors there. You've shown them on the screen there. I'm going to be a vendor also. I have my pictures for sale, but we have a bunch of astronauts talking. And NASA mission people. I got a professor from Princeton University coming. He's talking about the IMAP mission that you guys covered and I covered last year, all about space weather. And, we had a space weather event just before these astronauts launched. So I'll be talking on Sunday for anybody who's interested and can come. You have to pay for admission, of course. It's in Suffern, New York, just north of the city. And that's actually where I did some of my pharmaceutical research for many years. So it's kind of like a hometown for me, and it's really great. It's the biggest astronomy and space conference for amateur astronomers in the whole U.S. And the astronauts took a picture of the Milky Way yesterday too. They just downloaded it overnight. So it's just perfect timing for this conference. So thank you for showing that. Yeah, 2 days, all day long, with speakers, and it's a telescope show, but also astronomy. I'll be talking about Artemis from beginning to end, all about what this mission is about, because I've followed it for several years, met the astronauts when they were first announced. And now it's going to conclude Friday night with a splashdown. So that now I know the end of my talk. We didn't know when it was going to launch, but now I inserted a bunch of those flyby slides, and I'll insert the splashdown when it happens Friday. So again, I'm speaking on Sunday at noontime. Thank you.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. Like you said, couldn't have picked a better time for something like that. And when you talk about the all the excitement and things going on when it comes to space.
Thank you. Yeah, we got a mission. Since you mentioned the space station, we got a cargo mission going up Friday now, delayed by the poor weather back there with you guys back home. It was going to be today. Now it looks like Friday. I'm not sure what the weather looks like. And that's, a train supply. Basically, it's a train to space to carry supplies of food and science to the International Space Station. And that'll lead, hopefully, to the moon base. And that's where my talk is going to end. What's the future? Jared Isaacman has announced U.S. will establish a moon base, kind of like Antarctica, a science base at the south pole of the moon. So that's how my talk will conclude. What is the plan? And we need bipartisan support for NASA and for science. Okay, I'm a cancer researcher. We need full funding for cancer research and medical research, as well as for NASA to carry out all these dreams, which is great for our country. It's great for Central Florida, puts a lot of people to work on useful projects that benefit all humanity. That's what space is all about.
Managing Editor of Space UpClose, Ken Kremer, we appreciate you joining us from the road. Have a safe rest of your trip. Look forward to hearing more about your talk at the conference this weekend. Always good talking with you. Thanks so much for chatting with us today.
Thanks for the opportunity and for talking about NEAF, Northeast Astronomy Forum, April 11th and 12th. Thank you.
Right, Ken, thank you. As we go to break here, give you another live look at the views from Orion right now. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We've talked a lot about artificial intelligence and the impact that it has had in a number of different ways. And one of the ways that it could continue to have an impact is at the workplace. Obviously, we know some of its uses, and we've talked about the tech aspect of it. But one interesting thing to note is that OpenAI on Monday released a policy paper, essentially, where they talked about the intelligence age and essentially made some proposals about ways to kind of share from the gains of AI. One of the things they talked about was a 4-day work week that they said would be the kind of center of the vision of how society can really share on those gains and those renewed abilities, increased abilities from artificial intelligence. So really interesting concept there. And we spoke this week with David Sprinkle, who is the managing partner at Veritas Recruiting Group, about what that would look like, what the impact would be. Here are some of his thoughts.
I think that there's opportunities there for some companies to do that where it makes sense. I think the American culture is not geared towards that. I think anywhere that we can get extra productivity, we're going to take it as companies that are profit driven, and in a capitalistic society, it's not going to tip the scales, because automation has been happening over and over and over again from the very beginning to getting more productive, and so there's always a drive for more productivity. I think while the 4-day work week sounds nice, and there are definitely companies that embrace it, that's not necessarily, I don't think, going to be the new standard of American workforce, that some sort of Monday through Thursday is going to be the new work week. I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Something I thought was interesting is they're kind of advocating for this, 4/8s, the 32s. I've seen some companies, especially a lot of the companies that are doing remote, kind of doing 4/10s. What do you think is more sustainable realistically?
Yeah, the 4/10 is more where it's at. There, even back in the day when, 25, 30 years ago, there were companies that would do 9/80s. So you'd work 9 days, but you would pack in the 80 hours into those 9 days. And so I see that more. Again, I think the 40-hour work week tends to be kind of the standard. And then even just the way labor laws are written, if you drop below 30, then it impacts a company's requirement to provide benefits to someone. So when we start talking about, we're going to do a 32-week or 32-hour work week, if you only work a couple of days where you don't work a full 8 hours, then suddenly you're dropping down into what's considered part-time status from a benefits perspective. And so that so you, as an employee, you're flirting with losing things that the government stipulates. Hey, if you have to provide benefits at a certain threshold if they meet part-time or full-time status.
And what kind of things have you seen AI and automation kind of help? Because at least, in the news industry, it's helping us with headlines, helping us with punchier writing, some of the graphics that we're able to make with it. What are you kind of seeing from your lens with automation and AI in the workplace?
It's permeating everything, and I think that's the biggest message is for workers, for people that are in the workforce. You need to embrace AI because it has an opportunity to make all aspects of your job easier, even things that AI you wouldn't necessarily think are going to, like person to person having a conversation. The ability to have AI help you prepare for that conversation is invaluable. It's an expert person that can that can go, hey, make sure you think about this, this, and this before you go into that conversation, or after the conversation to be able to download, the transcript of it. There's plenty of apps now that are AI driven that can transcribe live conversations, not just over video, but in person. We see it a lot. We place a lot of accountants, and we see automation definitely, and AI creeping into accounting. You have to be precise in accounting, and I think anyone that's played with AI even knows that it tends to make up things still to this day. And while it can be very accurate, it still has a tendency to not always be right. And so I think that's the key, is especially in things where precision is vital, that we're checking. It's a really smart intern if you think of it in those terms. And so you wouldn't take an intern's work product right out of the gate. You'd review it, make sure that everything's accurate before putting that in front of a client or in front of an investor board or things of that nature. But yeah, we're seeing it with how to automate spreadsheets, how to analyze data. We're seeing AI agents being employed to do kind of routine tasks, and they just go do it, and which is pretty amazing. And it's trying to creep into customer service, but I think anyone that's dealt with an AI agent customer service, it almost becomes like, okay, that's not helping. Give me a real person, please. This isn't. And so it's not quite there yet. I envision, the droids of the future from Star Wars. And so, there's going to be certain things droids are good at and certain things they're not. And so I think that's where we're headed.
I can tell you the droids are aggressively mediocre at taking my Taco Bell order. I think that's where I experience them the most.
It's crazy sometimes. And I use Otter as a transcription service, and they double billed me for something. And so then I went into the chat, and it wasn't giving me it wasn't understanding the fact that they double billed me. And so I was like, all right, I need to talk to somebody, and said, well, great, call this number. Well, I called the number, and then I'm talking to another AI automated service. And again, it just finally had me put the request in, and then some human was going to get back to me. I never got to talk to a human. So it was a little frustrating and maddening, almost to the point where I was like, there's other services I can go to. And I think I might do that, because this, you double billed me, you made a mistake, and now there isn't a human that can recognize that and try to fix it for me. So definitely opportunities for folks. I think it's impacting the workplace. The Wall Street Journal had an article today about the 55 plus workforce that is leaving the workforce. They're just deciding to retire early, or not extend their working life, because because they just don't want to deal with this disruptive stuff, these new tools, and what that means. And not that they're scared of it, they just don't want to learn it. And so that's an opportunity for the younger generations, I think, to really step into that void. But it hurts our economy overall to lose people that otherwise could be working. So our labor participation rate is going down, which is difficult for us as a community.
Yeah, so bottom line up for me about, what would need to happen for AI to kind of facilitate a 4-day work week at businesses that it makes sense for.
Yeah, I think there will be companies that embrace it and that do it. I think the same thing with remote work, where it's shifted back, and now it just doesn't happen that often. There aren't that many companies, but there are companies that embrace it. And there's companies that have embraced the hybrid work model. And then there's like more than half that are just 5 days a week in office. And I think you'll see the same thing with AI implementation. I think the cost of AI, because right now to really do any of the advanced things, it's prohibitive for small business and medium-sized businesses. It's cost prohibitive to do it. Even some of the AI agents, to really do it well, it's just not there yet. And so I think the cost is going to have to be something that will counterbalance the human cost, where companies are used to spending that money. I think if enough companies do that and get into the 4-day work week, then it could. But right now, the ones that you hear about and you see, it tends to be like IT companies and software companies. And so run-of-the-mill folks are like, yeah, but we've got a small business that does HVAC and we're not doing a 4-day week. We're not making money if we're not working. And so you've got a lot of service-based companies that are there. Now, to say there are certainly companies that will go, hey, we'll do 4-day work weeks, but the company's still going to be open. And I think that you'll see more of that where there'll be overlapping and co-working. So I don't know that the United States is going to embrace this overall to where it becomes a standard, where it's a 3-day weekend and that just becomes the standard like Saturday, Sunday is. But I think that there will continue to be forward progressive looking companies that are looking for an edge for talent attraction to be able to go, hey, this is something, if we do this, maybe we can get the best and the brightest to our company. And so then that creates natural competition to have some companies that will embrace it and go, this seems like a great idea. We can do it because of the AI and the automation, and we can still keep our productivity up and still keep our profit margins where they need to be, but reduce the number of man hours that we have to work. And so maybe that attracts more people.
David Sprinkle, managing partner of Veritas Recruiting Group, talking about AI in the workplace. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, Facebook, and YouTube. It is almost time for the Florida Film Festival. A week and a half, more than 150 films are going to be shown, and it's at the Indian Theater in Maitland. We're pleased to be joined today by Wade Neal, Executive Director of the Indian Theater, and Tim Anderson, Programming Manager at the Indian Theater. Thank you all so much for joining us today. This has to be an exciting time as you're you're almost there, just a couple of days out to opening night.
Yeah, well, thanks for having us, Garrett. And yeah, 2 days, we open the festival, and then for the 10 days following that, like you said, just pretty much nonstop movies all day long. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit about what you're going to be showcasing here.
Well, our opening night film is Karoline, and the director of that, Adam Wymer, is going to be here. We've got Yorma Taccone from The Lonely Island coming, Paul Giamatti, Judge Reinhold. But then in addition to that, 90 of the 160 films that are playing in the festival will have directorial or cast crew representation at the screenings. So it's really a celebration of independent film, and it's also a chance for local filmmakers to meet up-and-coming, local audiences to meet up-and-coming filmmakers.
Yeah, and I'm really thrilled about the celebrity guests that we're going to have. We have Paul Giamatti is going to be visiting us and screening Sideways, legendary independent film, and Judd Reinhold is going to be here with one of my favorites of all time, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's going to be just a nonstop party. It's a great place. I just moved down here last year. It's going to be my first festival, though it's not my very first film festival, but I'm just super thrilled to be part of it, and it's just going to be nonstop fun.
Yeah,
it's the funnest film festival I already know. This place really, the Enzian and anything attached to it just really locks in, and it's really magical once everything starts rolling.
Yeah, what makes this festival so special, and what makes the Enzian the perfect place for it?
Well, I think Enzian has this wonderful Eden bar. It's surrounded by trees. It's a local icon. I mean, we're really, I call it world famous. I call Enzian ultra famous. It really is in the art house world. It's a fantastic centerpiece for community. We have rock star programmers like Matthew and Tim sitting right next to me, who just take so much care in programming, and they really think about the way the event flows. It has a wonderful Florida flavor to it. It's such a local, regional, amazing place. And if you miss it, you will have, I don't know, I think you'll want to have changed your schedule in a time travel machine.
Yeah, to me, it's an oasis. Wade mentioned world famous, but really, years ago, Cosmopolitan magazine named Enzian the best theater in Florida. And we're really proud of that. We're really proud of the program we do 24/7, 365. But, you know, we spend 9 months putting together the Florida Film Festival, and the alumni of this film festival go all the way to the top. Christopher Nolan, Sean Baker, Ryan Johnson, Chloe Zhao, all of them have played films at this film festival before really anybody knew who they were.
If someone maybe hasn't been to the Florida Film Festival before, what should they know? What should they expect?
I mean, the only thing that's really different than just going to a movie in a normal movie theater is the interaction with the filmmakers. Otherwise, this is one ticket is all it takes. Just go to the website, take a look at everything that's on there. It's www.floridafilmfestival.com. There's 160 things to choose from. Buy a ticket. They're only $13, which is cheaper than seeing anything in a multiplex. And the website will tell you if the director is going to be there or the cast is going to be there and when they're going to be there. Come out, enjoy a movie, and after it's over, meet the filmmaker, say hi, because you don't know, 10 years from now, they could be accepting an Oscar, and that selfie you got with them in the lobby is going to give you mad street cred.
That's what it's all about, right?
I mean, it's a virtual world. So.
Now, what is the community like, the film culture and community like here in Central Florida?
This is the kind of community that claps after a film, even if the director isn't there.
That's
okay.
True.
This is an extremely passionate and amazing, welcoming, warm film community. A lot of people think, oh, I don't know about cinema. I don't know about old black and white films and things like that. It just doesn't matter. We love cinema from stem to stern, from the top to the bottom. And anybody who steps into the movie theater is our friend, and anybody who goes to the festival is our friend. So we're completely welcoming. We love new guests, and we're going to have a big crowd here. What they should know is they're going to have a blast.
Yeah, Enzian has been 41 years cultivating a world-class film goer experience. The people that come here make this place. We wouldn't be as good at doing what we do if we didn't have the kind of passionate audiences who come to the movies, but then also stick around to talk about them and talk to us about what they loved and what they didn't love and what they'd like to see and what they don't necessarily want to see. And we take all of that into account when we consider the thousands of films that we look at to program this film festival.
I think one of the most important things to remember too is that when you go, for the people who have never been to the film festival, you're going to see films that may have never even seen outside the editing room. This is a very special time because you're going to get to see premieres and films that just have not really hit the. They've not been on the theater. They have not screened anywhere. So this is a really special time where you get to see movies before pretty much anyone else in the area. So you'll have a lot to talk about with your friends. And when that does come out in the theater, you'll say, "Oh, I already saw that at the film festival."
Yeah, over 140 of the films in this year's event are having their premiere here. So they will have not played in this state anywhere before we are going to play them at this festival.
Wow, and we're talking 160 films from 31 countries. It sounds like there's probably something for everyone.
Yeah, something Matthew Curtis, the programming director, and I always say is that there is a film for everybody, but maybe not every movie is for everybody. But we know that if you get in there and you dig through that list and you start to like say, oh, I love Samara Weaving. Well, great, she's in 2 films at the festival this year. Or I really like Justice Smith. I just saw him in Now You See Me, Now You Don't. Well, he's directing his very first movie and we're going to screen it at the film festival this year. Like, just there's so much incredible programming that we could be on here for days just telling you about it. But the best thing I can say is that website's goal, or just come here, get on property, and just ask anybody, hey, what should I see? Our volunteers, our staff, they're the gold standard. They're so passionate. They'll tell you, like, what are you into? And then they'll give you recommendations. I can't say enough kind things about the people that work here during this event.
Still tickets available, still ways for folks to come out there and be part of this.
Yeah, tons of tickets available for shows. There's definitely some stuff that's already sold out. First screening of from Paul Giamatti, the first premiere screening of First They Came From My College, and some stuff is definitely on the edge of sellout. So yeah, don't sit on your laurels, jump on it.
And what's your message about why something like this is important to have here in Orlando?
I think, any city that is an arts-focused city, which Orlando is, has to have a film festival. And the level of passion that this team brings and this audience brings it to a level like that. It's built over so many years. There's just been so much care and passion, and it didn't start off being what it is today. It's layers and layers of history and work and connections and relationships with filmmakers and films and distributors and things like that. So I think it's really important for an arts city to be part of it. And just like any other arts event that we have in Orlando, I would say that it's one of those key things that locks into the spirit of what Orlando has shown to me as I've been moved here as a new resident. I feel like it will surprise you. You come here and you feel like, wow, everybody loves the arts here. They want to be a part of it. And so I just encourage everybody to just be themselves, be their own Orlando selves, and have a blast with us and see things they've never seen before at the film festival.
Opening night on Friday, but the festivities kick off on Thursday with a free showing of Hook. So a lot to look forward to this weekend and over the next 10 days. Wade Neal, Executive Director of Indian Theater, and Tim Anderson, Programming Manager there. Thank you so much for your time and for talking with us about the Florida Film Festival.
Thank you so much for having us.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to New York right now, where we're following breaking news, a developing story in a case that has gotten a lot of attention. We're learning that the serial killer in the Gilgo Beach serial killings case that's causing the death of a number of suspects. Let's go ahead and listen in. We're hearing from the attorneys and others speaking outside that courthouse live in New York.
They navigate through this very difficult time.
How did you not see what he was? How did you not see what he had done? You were living with him.
Sir, the district attorney's office has thoroughly investigated these crimes, okay? It has been proven.
You were living in the same house with him.
She was away.
Over the side.
She was away each and every occasion. We've answered this 1,000 times, okay? You guys have the bail application. You have the investigation.
Also,
Yeah, that's it. There's no questions, okay? Thank you. There's no questions.
So a brief statement there, and then a couple of questions there that were being asked, and then they walked away there. But again, we're learning more about this, but that suspect admitting to multiple counts of murder in exchange for consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. That's according to Fox 5 New York, following that story for us today. So a case that's been getting a lot of attention nationwide. Let me give you a live look right now. Also in New York, this is the National Action Network annual conference, annual convention, rather. This is a civil rights organization founded by the Reverend Al Sharpton, who you see on the left there. And at this event today, we're expecting to hear from several Democratic presidential hopefuls, including that is Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. So a number of these presidential hopefuls for 2028 on the Democratic side expected to have these conversations with Reverend Sharpton at this annual convention that is going on. And so we'll be monitoring that and checking in on that a little bit throughout the day as well. Meanwhile, State Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Miami just a little bit ago, holding a news conference at the FDLE Miami Regional Operations Center, where he announced a task force for prosecuting cold cases. The Attorney General saying in that news conference that time doesn't erase the need for justice or the needs to pursue it. And so they're hoping that this task force will help when it comes to closing and prosecuting cold cases. So this was the Attorney General and statewide prosecutor Brad McVeigh joining him at this news conference just a little bit ago in Miami.
It's nice to be here in Miami. We've got a fun announcement this morning that I think will provide a lot of closure, relief, and peace to victims, family members, and friends, especially when it comes to older cold cases that have been sitting on shelves for a long time. I'm joined this morning. Happy to have Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez with us here this morning, FDLE Special Agent in Charge John Vecchio, our statewide prosecutor Brad McVeigh, Danny Hall, who's the Senior Director of Operations for Othram, a company we're partnering with and we'll mention here shortly. We have Ryan Backman, who's the Founder and Executive Director of Project Cold Case. Rich Manti, who's our esteemed special counsel in the Office of Statewide Prosecution, a glutton for punishment, who he says he does everything from blood and guts to paper cuts. His portfolio is pretty broad. We've got James Hughes, Assistant Chief of Police for Miami-Dade Gardens. And from the Miami-Dade County Sheriff's Office, we have Director Stephanie Stoyloff. So this morning we're here to announce our new Attorney General statewide prosecution task force to go after cold cases, to make this a big initiative here in the state. Yes, we're prosecuting every case we can. We've broken records over the last year in my office, more than doubling our prosecutions on serious and violent crimes. We've reached over 400 convictions. We've arrested over 1,400 child predators. We've got serious drug crimes like fentanyl crimes are starting to plummet thanks to our tough on crime, hard prosecution approach. But we also want to remember the cases that have been lingering for on occasion, sometimes decades. These are called cold cases. Those that watch the watch the blogs and the podcasts and get into some of these unsolved mystery cases will know that phrase very well. But cold cases are cases that are unsolved. Here in Florida since 1965, we count over 21,000 unsolved murder cases. This includes nearly 900 cases of unidentified human remains and approximately 2,500 unsolved missing persons cases. Every one of these cases represents a victim. Every one of these cases represents a situation where a victim likely had family members, friends that have had to suffer and go through the torment every day, in many of these cases for decades, wondering what happened to their loved ones. There are many of these. Today, technology has advanced. Othram is leading the nation, a company that has proven success when it comes to advanced forensic DNA analysis. So many of these thousands of cases, the file does contain some physical evidence that has DNA, be it a body part, be it a piece of clothing, a hair strand, something that, back in the 70s or 80s, we probably were not able to conclusively link it to an individual, to a perpetrator. But today we have that ability. Now, these cases don't get a lot of attention in offices. Why? Well, we're busy. Here in Florida, we're putting bad guys away. We've got record crime lows because our law enforcement and our investigators, they are busy fighting the good fight every day. There's limited resources, limited time, so some of these very perplexing old cases, they get put on a shelf and they get dusty. They only get reopened where you've got a glutton for punishment prosecutor or investigator like Rich that just wants to find answers. They only get solved where occasionally, some new evidence happens to, fall on a desk by surprise. Well, here today, through this initiative, we're letting law enforcement agencies across the state and state attorneys' offices, prosecutors know we're here to help. If you have cold cases and you want to take advantage of some new analysis, new technology, we're here to work with Othram and their new skill sets, their new tools to hopefully answer questions and put some of these cases to bed. Many of these old cases, the criminal that's out there is probably no longer with us, but that doesn't matter. We still need to answer questions and, God willing, provide that closure, provide that peace to the family and friends of victims. So Othram has already proven success on a number of cases here in Florida. They've been able to close out and extrapolate DNA analysis to family members as part of a family tree to connect the new evidence or new analysis to perpetrators. We're hoping to take that to the next level. We've got several cases spanning across decades and regions here in Florida, including a series of murders that occurred in the mid-1970s with connections to both Broward and Miami-Dade counties. We will be looking at a late 2000s double homicide involving victims found in the Miami Gardens area. We'll also be looking at an early 1980s murder in the Orlando area with ties to an earlier murder. I can't give you more details right now because if there are perpetrators out there, I don't want to put them on notice. But rest assured, we are going to be investigating, and where we can, we will prosecute, and it doesn't matter if it was yesterday or 10 years ago or 40 years ago, we will prosecute to the fullest here in Florida. So thank you again for being here. We're so successful when it comes to criminal justice here in Florida because we all work together. You see cooperation like that behind me. We row in the same direction. We have the same goal, and that is to protect our families and make this the safest state we can. It's an honor every day to stand by our law enforcement, our prosecutors, our investigators that do the hard work behind the scenes, and I certainly have their back. So today we tell everybody just because a case is cold, that does not mean it's forgotten. Time does not erase the need for justice, and it does not erase our duty to pursue it. We certainly owe Florida families and victims answers, and we're not going to let time be a shield for criminals here in Florida. So we're excited to announce the Cold Case Unit. I appreciate the partnership with Othram. You'll hear a little bit today about what they do, and I appreciate law enforcement for continuing to fight the good fight, put bad guys away, and keep this a safer state. So with that, I will turn it over to Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and thank you for having me here today. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for being here. I want to begin by thanking the Attorney General's office and our law enforcement partners, and all those who work tirelessly behind the scenes to pursue justice on behalf of victims and their families. Today's announcement is a powerful reminder that justice does not have an expiration date. Far too many families, cold cases represent unanswered questions, unhealed wounds, and a sense of justice delayed. But let me be clear, delayed does not mean denied. This new partnership represents innovation, collaboration, and an unwavering commitment to ensuring that no case is ever truly forgotten. By bringing new tools, expertise, and fresh eyes, as our Attorney General just said, to these investigations, we are giving hope to the families who have waited far too long for answers. We owe it to every victim, every family, and every community to pursue the truth no matter how much time has passed. Because justice matters, accountability matters, and closure matters. I am proud to stand with all of you today as we take another meaningful step forward in cracking open cold cases and delivering the justice that victims deserve. Thank you, and I look forward to the progress of this partnership will bring. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I should have said earlier, I want to thank the legislature. They've funded in their appropriations some pilot programs that have allowed us to show proof of concept with this technology, solve some cases, and give us the confidence to move forward in a larger statewide scale. Next, we'll hear from FDLE Special Agent John Vecchio.
Good morning. My name is John Vecchio. I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Miami Regional Operations Center. Thank you, Attorney General Upmeyer, for continuing to support our efforts to solve cold case investigations and strengthening our partnerships to help build and bring answers to victims' families. At FDLE, our agents, analysts, and forensic scientists work with the Attorney General's office and Othram to find investigative leads to complex cases. We review and analyze every piece of evidence, explore every lead, and strive to bring closure to families. Investigating cold cases means using every resource and tool available. When cases turn cold, time becomes another obstacle that our investigators must overcome. This partnership adds needed tools that get us one step closer to resolving these cases. The Attorney General's cold case team will continue to have FDLE's support and expertise through our forensic labs and investigative genetic genealogy teams. While cases are being investigated, details are withheld to preserve the integrity of the investigation. The partnership between the Attorney General's office and Othram will aid cold cases which FDLE is pursuing. Some of these cases include 2 South Florida homicides that occurred in Miami-Dade County in the 1970s, a double homicide that occurred in Miami Gardens in the mid-2000s, and cold cases in the Central Florida area. The technology that Othram provides to our teams was not available 10 years ago. The Forensics Biology Special Projects Unit helps review candidate cases and prepare evidence for new and advanced DNA testing. Since 2018, investigative genetic genealogy has vetted cases to ensure that they meet the specifications associated with this type of work. FDLE is proud to partner with our law enforcement agencies and Othram to advance these unsolved cases. The advancements in forensic and investigative techniques continue to evolve. If you are a family member with the victim of a cold case, do not give up. We will continue to work through these investigations to bring you answers. We will exhaust every lead to resolve these cases. Thank you.
All right, we've got Senior Director Danny Hall from Othram.
Good morning. My name is Danny Hall. I'm the Senior Director at Othram. I'm also a native of the state of Florida. that makes this initiative particularly important to me. I'd like to start out by thanking the Attorney General and all of our partners across Florida for their leadership on this initiative. At Othram, we work alongside law enforcement every day to help solve cases that have gone unanswered for years and sometimes decades. What we've learned from this is that many of these cases were never unsolvable. The evidence was there. What was missing was the ability to interpret it. This project changes that. By combining CODIS with advanced DNA-based identity inference, investigators can now generate leads even when there is no suspect and no database. That means cases no longer have to wait for a break. We can move forward immediately. And importantly, this isn't just about solving individual cases. This is how you identify serial offenders across jurisdictions, across time, who would otherwise remain invisible. This program creates a coordinated statewide approach to applying these tools at scale, bringing consistency, speed, and new investigative leads to agencies across Florida. And behind every one of these cases, there's a family that's been waiting for answers. At Othram, we are proud to support the Florida Attorney General's Office and law enforcement agencies across the state in this effort to deliver answers and justice. Thank you very much.
All right. Project Cold Case founder Ryan Beckman.
Good morning. I want to first thank our Attorney General, our law enforcement partners, our lawmakers, our statewide prosecutors, and our public and private partners that are standing here today to recognize what far too many families already know. The complex and prolonged grief that comes with an unsolved homicide does not go away. Time alone cannot heal the pain of losing someone to a violent and unresolved act. Because for thousands of Florida families, a cold case is not a file, a number, or an episode on television. It's an empty chair at a dining room table, a birthday marked by tears instead of celebration, an open wound that never fully closes. It is questions that never stop. Who did this? Why? Will they be caught? It is a loss that changes the course of lives left behind. How do I know? Because I stand here not just as the founder of Project Cold Case, an organization dedicated to helping families of unsolved homicides, and not just as a cold case advocate committed to bridging the gaps between families, information, and law enforcement. I stand here as a grieving son and the voice of lived experience. On October 10th, 2009, I picked up my phone and saw 2 missed calls and a voicemail from a blocked number. The voicemail was from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. They were telling me there had been an emergency. Minutes later, an unmarked car with 2 plainclothes detectives pulled up to my house. They informed me that my father, Cliff Backman, had been robbed, shot, and killed earlier that day. His case remains unsolved. In the 16 years since, I have learned some things. Grief has a clear beginning, but no clear end. Time moves forward with or without you. Real homicide investigations are not like television. And as time passes, fewer people remember while families never forget. The weight of a cold case is carried every single day, often without acknowledgement, without understanding, and without relief. But we are here today because justice delayed does not have to mean justice denied. We are here because a commitment is being made to prioritize these cases, to use every available resource, and to recognize that this work is not just good policy, it's humanity. Families are not asking for the impossible. We understand the challenges, but we also know what is possible. We know advances in technology can uncover the previously unknown. We know renewed attention can generate new leads. We know that compassion can lighten the burden we carry. And we know that when those at the top make something a priority, systems begin to change. So today matters. because it tells families that they are seen. It tells them their loved ones are not forgotten. And it tells them their cases still matter. And let me leave you with this. Time may pass, but responsibility does not. And until every case is given the attention it deserves, the work is not finished. But together, we can solve cases, heal families, and hold accountable those who harm our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. It's always so inspiring when you see, people that have been victims of some great tragedies find a way to turn it into good and do something productive and use their suffering, use their experience to go out and prevent others from suffering the same harm. So thank you for being here this morning. From the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, Stephanie Stoyloff.
Good morning, everyone. So my name is Stephanie Stoyloff. I'm the Director of our Forensic and Technology Division for Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. On behalf of Sheriff Rosie Cordero Stutz and the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, thank you for your continued collaboration and partnership in advancing our cold case investigations. Your commitment, expertise, and willingness to work together play a critical role in bringing renewed attention and progress to these cases. We truly appreciate your dedication to seeking justice for families and their victims. That's all I have.
All right, and to round us out here, Rich Manti from our statewide prosecution office.
Thank you, General, and thank you all for being here today. I do want to let everyone know I really appreciate the leap of faith that the General and his team have taken in creating this program. We're committing resources to funding testing that, while it's great, while it's beneficial, it's not free. Othram is a wonderful agency and organization with a proven track record, but they actually do work, and work needs to be funded. I want to thank the Attorney General for making sure that happens, and I hope the legislature continues to make it happen. I also want to thank our unsung, largely heroes at labs like FDLE and labs like Miami-Dade. They do the preliminary, upfront, on-the-ground work for this sort of things. Everything that we get has to be sent to Othram. It has to start somewhere, and it starts here in Florida. I'm also proud that we're working in conjunction with the Unidentified Human Remains Project, the Left for Dead Project, with the University of South Florida and Dr. Aaron Kimmerly, who couldn't be here with us today. We've named this project Link and Clink. And the reason for that is that it intentionally tackles the hardest cases. It targets the multiples, it targets the serials, it targets the people who've slipped into the shadows of time and think they can hide there. There are murderers walking around among us on our streets, and we want to expose them. There are families with decades of questions, and we want to try to answer them. Our goal isn't to just take over every case, it's to be a force multiplier. We don't want things like overlapping jurisdiction, strained budgets, or lack of personnel to be the reason that we don't catch the bad guys. Instead, we want them sweating at the sign of every patrol car. We want them starting in fear at every knock at the door. And we want them to experience some of the terror that they instilled in our communities for themselves, so they can know that time is no longer their friend. If they are no longer with us, I want their spirit to feel us walking on their grave. I thank the Attorney General and his team for their vision, their willingness to be bold, and for backing this project so stoutly. As we approach National Crime Victims' Right Week, I want to thank you all for keeping the victims of those violent crimes foremost in all our thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Rich. Yeah, and I also want to thank the victims' advocates. There's a group of heroes out there that don't get a lot of attention, who are there, every step of the way with victims that have suffered serious abuse, as well as family members that are in great pain following, a tragic murder where their loved one is deceased. So we'll be celebrating our victims and victims' advocates up in the Capitol later this month. So again, thank you to everybody for being here, being part of this great initiative. Again, we're going to keep blocking and tackling and taking down the day-to-day street-level criminals. We're going to prosecute to the fullest, but we're not going to forget these cases. We're going to dust them off. We're going to use new technology, new motivation, and hopefully find some answers. So we'll work together to solve the unsolved mysteries, and we'll pray that God keeps, providing comfort, solace, and peace to those that are still out there looking for answers and may never find them. So with that, we got time for a few questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you for taking our questions.
Don't ask me about all the DNA. So I'm not going to be able to handle it. All right.
Actually, this is about another cold case, like 30 years ago. You announced here in Miami, like a month ago, the reopening of an investigation against Raul Castro about the brothers to the rescue. Can you update us on the investigation? Who is handling that exactly?
Yeah, what I could say is our office is working hand in hand with the U.S. Attorney's Office down here. It is a priority where people have been victims at the hands of the Castros. There needs to be accountability. So we're working on this. Obviously, there's some larger diplomatic discussions that are ongoing, and I think President Trump and Secretary Rubio are doing a masterclass job of protecting us here in the Western Hemisphere. So we're not going to get in the way of their diplomatic goals, but we do have some unique authorities here in Florida where you have harms to people and vessels that are going on and off our shores. We do have some jurisdiction, and again, I think the people of Miami are very well aware of the Brothers to the Rescue incident where people lost their lives, and the Cuban government was taking credit for it. So we'll keep working on that. I can't share more at this time, but we take it seriously, and we will leave no stone unturned. Yes,
General, I had two questions. One on this initiative. For the folks watching, what really changes from here on out when it comes to these cold cases? And I also wanted to ask you about a different case, as you know, the UPS shooting case, which has been really high profile here in South Florida. Your office dropped an appeal in one of the cases. Can you explain why and then what you plan to do with the other cases with the officers involved?
Well, let me start and talk about why what's going to change with this initiative. Well, number one, we're now putting everybody on notice with your help that we are kind of restarting the initiative, that we are here, that we have new technology, that we have this partnership and task force that's going to be working day in and day out. We're going to be devoting resources to it. The legislature's given us a good start. We're using some grants from our office at the state level to go after some of these cases. And I think as we continue to prove this new technology works, we're able to, track DNA, evidence through family trees to catch bad guys. My hope is we'll continue to put more resources and attention into it. And this, 21,000 number of unsolved cases here in the state, that number will tick down. On the other case you mentioned, we'll have to get back to you from my office directly on that.
I have a question, but it's a different topic here. I was told to write into the question here. Have you asked the court to keep the grand jury findings in the Hope, Florida investigation secret? And if so, why?
I don't think anybody cares about this topic any more than the liberal media. Again, there was a grand jury proceeding under Florida law. The contents thereof are confidential. That's not my choice. That is Florida law. What I can tell you is I have not been indicted. I've not been a suspect or a target. I've not been involved in any criminal activity. Nobody did anything wrong here. I think you had I think what I said in the past is a nothing burger complaint that's been politically motivated. At the end of the day, there's nothing there. I think that's been made pretty clear. And if you have any other specific questions, you'll have to go to the state attorney there. I will say Leon County is kind of like Washington, D.C. If there's any hint, any remote sense of criminal activity, like they'll indict a ham sandwich. So that hasn't happened. I think that tells you all you need to know. The media is the only one still talking about this. Here in Florida, we've broken records over the last year, putting more bad guys away than ever before, more child predators away than ever before. We're going to go after some of these old murder cases, and we're going to put more bad guys away that are still walking around presenting danger to society. So we're here to do the business, do the good Lord's work, and protect our families.
So, General, would you oppose that being released?
It's Florida law. You need to go look at Florida statutes. Right now, it is confidential. I'm not allowed to say anything else on it. You need to ask the state attorney. And by the way, what's your name?
Jeff from
Channel 10. I mean, we're here talking about victims and some of the most, painful information. We are bringing relief and peace to victims, and you guys want to keep talking about political nonsense. So shame on you. Next question. With Othram, we're going to have a series of different projects. We've devoted, I think, is it 300,000? 600. We're over 600,000 now. We'll continue to find funds again as we solve cases and move on to other cases. And I know the legislature, they're still working on their budget. They've had a pilot program in the past. I'm not sure what will happen going forward. Yes, sir.
Regarding the cold cases, is there any county with more concerned data on number of cases than others? Like Miami-Dade, for example, Broward?
It's really all over the state. I will tell you, some of these initial cases, it does seem like there's a larger percentage of unsolved mysteries in the Broward, Miami-Dade area, but it really does span statewide, and we'll be focused on the worst of the worst cases where we can actually continue to save lives, where there is solid evidence present that probably just would benefit from some new technology that's never been done before. All right, thanks everybody.
Attorney General James Uthmeier speaking at a news conference earlier today in Miami about that task force for prosecuting cold cases. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to get to in the next little bit. We're waiting on this White House press briefing coming up at 1 o'clock. We're also expecting to hear from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking soon about Iran. So we'll be waiting for that as well. Keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back in. Want to get you to Senator Chuck Schumer, the Democratic minority leader, speaking right now about the conflict in Iran, saying that the many aspects right now are worse off, he says, than they were even before this war started. You can see his poster there. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks live right now from New York.
Are still unchecked, if not accelerated. And finally, American credibility. The nations of the world are furious at Trump. The Europeans, the Asians, even the Middle Eastern allies. They say, what the hell is he doing? And the United States' diplomatic position and credibility in the world is dramatically worse because of this war. So just in summary, this war has made us worse off today than before it started. The war made us worse in terms of control of the Strait of Hormuz. The war made us worse in terms of the strength of the Iranian regime. The war made us worse in terms of high gas prices. The war made us worse because Iran's nuclear ambitions have been unchecked. And the war made us worse because American credibility is down the drain. It's just incredible. This is one of the very worst military and foreign policy actions that the United States has ever taken. And of course, there are other points here. Brave American soldiers have died. Many remain in harm's way. All of this happens when one man, especially a man acting as unhinged as Donald Trump, has unchecked power to wage war. He backs himself into a corner with dangerous, escalating rhetoric. The entire world holds its breath, wondering what's next going to come out of his mouth. And can he ever find a way out? A commander-in-chief who is truly in control would never have gotten into this colossal mess to begin with. That is exactly why I am announcing that today the Senate will vote next week on the War Powers Resolution. Congress must reassert its authority, especially at this dangerous moment. No president, Democrat or Republican, should take this country to war alone. Not now, not ever. Republicans will once again have the opportunity to join Democrats and end this reckless war of choice. The public must demand that Republicans join with us to approve the War Powers Act. The War Powers Act will cease hostilities and require the administration to get an AUMF before going to war after the hostilities cease. And the bottom line is this: from day one, this war has never had a satisfactory answer to what is the goal, what do we want to achieve, what is the timetable, how much will it cost in both lives and treasure. He has never had an answer. In fact, his answer varies from day to day to day. It almost looks as he wakes up in the morning, looks at the oil market and the stock market, and determines that day's actions over in Iran. It's erratic, but worse than erratic, it's dangerous. Let this be a warning. If Trump starts a new war, we will be in worse shape, given his lack of planning and focus. Trump must end the war now. The only viable solution is a lasting diplomatic one. A 2-week ceasefire, especially one as fragile as this, is not a strategy. It's not a diplomatic solution. It's not a plan. Trump needs to stop posting on the social media and start doing the hard work of building a lasting peace. Trump chose this war. He owns the consequences. And next week, Congress will act, has the opportunity to act, to make sure it cannot happen again. I'm ready for your questions. Yes, NJ.
Thanks. administration sounds almost triumphant about the war, insisting that all U.S. objectives have been achieved with minimal losses. What's your response to that? And I have a follow-up.
What my response to that is just look at the actual results, not the BS that comes out of the administration. Straits of Hormuz, we're in worse shape. Iranian regime, worse shape. Gas prices, worse shape. Iran's nuclear ambition, we're in worse shape. American credibility, we're in worse shape. This war is a colossal failure. And as I said, Trump should end the war now. The only viable solution is a lasting diplomatic one. Follow up?
As the hours ticked by yesterday, with the potentially catastrophic threat on the table, what, if anything, did you do to counsel the president, to counsel the White House?
We publicly and privately told the White House just what we've said here. Any other questions?
Did you speak directly with the president?
No.
Did you try to?
We spoke through the administration. The president was not available. Okay? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Chuck Schumer taking a couple of questions there after speaking briefly about the war in Iran. Again, we will hear much more about that from the Republican point of view coming up very shortly when we have a White House press briefing, and hear from Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt coming up in just a little bit. Again, that is scheduled for 1 o'clock, and we will bring that to you live right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now at Kia Center ahead of the Magic and the Timberwolves tonight at 7 o'clock. That is going on at Kia Center tonight as the regular season begins to wind down. But during shoot-around earlier today, heard from Franz Wagner and head coach Jamal Mosley as well, speaking to reporters just a little bit ago.
We would have loved to have like 15 games to get continuity back with everybody, but limit the games. How do you try to get that back to be ready for playoffs when it gets done?
I think just you know, a lot of communication, practices and film sessions, stuff like that. You know, obviously I was also with the team as I was hurt, so it's not like I need a refresher on everything. I think it's more just finding my own rhythm and you know, finding chemistry out there a little bit on the court. But honestly, I've played with everybody for a long time, so I don't think it's going to be an issue.
Getting Anthony back Monday, how big is it just to try to feel that whole group together, even if it's just for these last 3 games and whatever happens in the season?
Yeah, I think it's always great when obviously when almost everyone's healthy. I think that does give you know, the whole team a big boost mentally, and I mean, like you said, we don't have a lot of time left, so I think we got to use every game here to you know, kind of get better and hopefully set us up really well.
Do you feel like you guys can accomplish a lot in these last games? Obviously, like the success is still potentially out there. Like you need other teams to help you out a little bit, but you guys are still helping yourself.
I mean, yeah, I think a lot of stuff is still up in the air, and at the end of the day, you just gotta, you know, focus on one possession at a time, focus on yourself, you know, as much as you can, and I think then usually things will you know, work out the way they should be.
After tonight, you don't know how many more games you'll have, you know, in your building. Does this game have some significance? It's the final home game of the regular season, knowing that you don't know how many.
I mean, it's just the final home game of the regular season. No, obviously we plan on, you know, playing in Kia Center again, and I think that's the thing about sports, that you don't know, and that's why people tune in, and that's why we love to play too. So I'm excited for tonight.
Have you given Wendell any tips for adjustments you like in the match?
Yeah, I see him getting some shots off over there. I think it's important to get used to it a little bit, and I think it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period, because it is a little bit different. But also told him, like, once you're used to it, you'll forget that you have it on.
You miss it?
No, I definitely don't miss it. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
So that was Franz Wagner speaking earlier today. We also heard a little bit later from head coach Jamal Mosley speaking to reporters as well. Here's as
Must
he
be that
took
time.
questions from reporters.
Yeah.
Coach, speaking of final home game of the regular season, is it hard to believe that that's already the case?
Yes. I mean, it goes fast, you know, before you even recognize it. Like you said, it's our last home game of the regular season. But it's been an unbelievable run for these guys and our fans, and it's, you know, we want to continue to play the way that they know we're capable of playing, and this will be a great time to show that and do that.
What's the message to the team as you head into last home game?
Take care of home. Go out and play the way we know how we're capable of playing. Give these fans the style of play that we know they deserve, and the style of play that we know we can play each and every single night.
We saw Wendell in the match.
Yeah.
How's he adjusting to that and doing?
Yeah, he just walked through it a little bit just now, but I think he'll be fine. He's had to wear one before, so I think he's kind of used to it.
Had a week since Franz came back. Now, how's it been kind of acclimating him back into the rotation and making sure he's establishing his rhythm and getting his conditioning up as he is?
Yeah, it's small pieces. You try to get a couple more minutes as you can buy it here and there. Just watching the film, he watches film as much as he does. He studies the game, he communicates the things that he sees. We communicate with him the things that he sees. We're able to go through walkthroughs, and he's just trying to find his way slowly within the group. Not to just try to jump out and do more than he needs to, but we know what we need him to do to be his aggressive self.
How important is it for these last 3 games and the Olympics to have AD back, to have Franz back, to kind of get a glimpse of what this team can be when they have those players?
It's big for us. It is very big for us. I mean, having these guys, you know, continue to bump up their minutes, but also just be back in the fold, the different lineups, the different lines of chemistry that we're going to have. It's great that we see it, but we got to continue to talk about it, get on the floor as much as we can to see it and go through all the different scenarios that we're going to see.
How do you balance some of that? You know, like obviously you guys have to kind of work their way back in. How much do you balance like experimenting a little bit with that, but also knowing these games are important and will have consequences?
Oh, I'm gonna use every minute that they have that are available, and we're gonna do it the best that we can, and just make sure that we get these guys out there on the floor together as best as possible for as long as we can, as long as you're able to with the minutes being involved.
Knowing those guys the way you do AB and Bond, how quickly do you think they can get to playing their best?
Yeah, I don't think it should take long, but I also think it's going to take the repetition of film, the repetition of walking through things on the court, and obviously not having many practices right now. But those are two guys that have, they've been out, they've watched it, and their communication is probably the biggest thing. The honest conversations that these guys are having about what it is we need to do and how they need to play and how they need to get themselves back in the fold.
Playoff intensity, you guys are different. Do you feel like these last 3 games, you guys have to be at that level already, knowing what that takes?
Yes, I think there's got to be a focus level and intentionality to the things that we're doing. And these guys have proven it, over these last 3, what we need to do. And each one has been different. But the big portion of it is how is our defense coming along? And is it leading to easy baskets for us to get out and go?
See him shooting over there. How's Jamal Kane feeling this morning?
It seems to be good. He went through walkthrough. He went through the shoot around today. So right now he's getting his shots up. He should be good to go.
And I want to clarify, Wendell did get through shoot around?
Wendell did get through shoot around, yes.
What has Jet been able to do with the long thing?
Nothing. He hasn't been on the floor yet.
And how's Jonathan?
Still nothing. Light movement, but nothing with contact yet.
Are you expecting Jonathan back this season?
I think it's always going to be how he responds to treatment. Obviously, there's 3 more games left. He's been able to do some up and down running, no physical stuff yet with contact. So we'll see how that looks in the next few days.
As recently as yesterday, Hawks coach Quinn Snyder was talking about Goga Batase's foul on Jock Rondale a week ago. He called it a dirty play.
You say it was a week ago?
A week ago, and he was talking about it recently. Yesterday, if Landell's out with an ankle sprain, he called it a dirty play yesterday. I mean, what do you make of that? The fact that he's still talking about
first and foremost, I never, ever want to see a guy go down. Never. That's not the intent. That's not the intent of physicality. That's not the intent of us being a physical, aggressive team. Are we dirty? No, we're not a dirty basketball team. We are a physical, aggressive basketball team. That was a week ago, and I can see the point of why he's talking about it, because he loses a guy in his rotation. But that was a week ago, and I think moving into what we're doing tonight, we're playing the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that's what we focus on.
Speaking of, it's hard to tell who their personnel will be tonight. But what are some of the staples of that group, regardless of who's on the floor?
Yeah, their points in the paint, them getting downhill, them attacking the basket. Julius Randle being able to, his physicality, the way he plays the game. If Ant Edwards goes, his ability to score, keeping him at bay, making him take the tough contested shots, which he can make. Us rebounding the basketball, finishing possessions out, and then offensively, us being able to move and share the ball consistently like we have, almost averaging 31 assists over the last 3, being able to do that.
With 3 games to play, there's so many different scenarios in the East. How much time do you put in? Even just 1 minute, 30 seconds, how much?
I would say 15 seconds when you look at the standings and say, here's what they are. And then you say, okay, this could be this. You think about it for a second. Then you get away from it and say, all we can do is control what we do. And that's it.
Do you have any messaging around that, or do you not bother with
It's just focus on us. Just like tonight being our last home regular season game. Just focus on that. Focus on playing the way we need to know how to play and how we're capable of playing. And then that was it. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Head coach Jamal Mosley speaking with the reporters. The Magic preparing for their last home regular season game of the year, 7 o'clock tonight against the Timberwolves. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Give you a live look right now inside the James Brady briefing room of the White House, where we are awaiting White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, expected to brief reporters, answer some questions as well. Talking in about 12 minutes from now. It's set for 1 o'clock. Will likely be a little bit later than that, but we will bring that to you live here on Fox 35 News Plus when that does begin. We know she'll face questions about the ceasefire in Iran, where things stand with Operation Epic Fury, where things go from here, and a number of other things as well. So again, we will bring that to you live coming up in just a little bit. Now to another story out of Central Florida here, where a TikTok video going viral that shows a Seminole County deputy falling victim to an AI prank. So I can't show you the video right now, but here's what it shows. You may have seen it on TikTok. A TikTok user creates essentially an AI a video showing an AI version of some people breaking into that deputy's cruiser in the parking lot of a store. The video user then goes into the store, shows that video to the deputy, who then leaves the store, hand on his gun, searches his car, and then realizes what has happened. So likely something that we will continue to see more of, unfortunately. And joining us live now to talk about all of this, the impact and ramifications of this as well, we've got Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, joining us live now. James, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you, Garrett. Same here.
So first of all, just give me your reaction to this this video and what we see go down.
You know, shocking and alarming. I mean, as we progress in the world of technology and AI and these deep fakes, I mean, you know, you have this deputy pretty much minding his own business. Someone shows him this video, and the next thing you know, this deputy is going to run to the danger of someone allegedly breaking into his car. You saw his hand on his weapon. So, you know, it's a felony to break into a vehicle, and you certainly don't know what you're going to anticipate when you get out there. So the deputy acted appropriately, but once again, he got faked out by an AI deep fake video. It's scary.
Yeah, and you know, you talk about thinking there could be some sort of dangerous situation that they're then responding to, and then that creates danger of its own as they respond to a call that isn't there.
You know, let's thank gosh it didn't happen, but let's look at as to what could have happened. When the deputy ran outside of that building, we all seen that. It was, I'm assuming, live on TikTok or social media. What would have happened if some bystander would have been stopped at this patrol car, tying his shoe or what have you, and this deputy approached? Pretty good chance that person's going to probably be put on the ground at gunpoint because the deputy doesn't know what's going on. And it's a risk-taking move by these deepfake authors of these deepfake videos. And, you know, the legislature is going to have to do something in order to call those in and get it under control.
We've talked about swatting before. I mean, this is essentially just kind of the next step of that, a tech-savvy swatting.
Well, it is. And, you know, we've seen out in Texas, a swatting call ended up, a guy lost his life on a swatting call by a neighbor. So, you know, these things are certainly dangerous. And, you know, I think the governor and the attorney general is going to have to get out ahead of this and maybe perhaps go to these platforms and say, hey, you know, here's an issue, here's a problem. Your system needs to identify what's real and what's fake and filter that out so it's not shown to the general public. Because I'm telling you, Garrett, it could cause loss of life. It could cause someone getting injured. But more importantly, it could cause resources, such as these swatting calls. It's all hands on deck. You're going to have an entire platoon of deputies or officers responding to that swatting call for a fake call.
And Jamie, it's kind of concerning. You know, in this case, it was someone breaking into a deputy's cruiser, but we know the capabilities of AI. We know how realistic things can look. So there could be even more dangerous situations that are kind of simulated in this manner that could create even more risk.
Well, and of course, and you're going to have copycats, right? You're going to see this on the social media platforms. Oh, that's cool. Let's prank this deputy or let's prank this officer. But, let's go a step further. What if it's at a deputy or officer's home and you show some type of graphic scene where this deputy is potentially involved? Now it amps up the entire process because now you have a potential deputy on an AI deep video, video, potentially causing harm in his house or the neighborhood. It's going to generate a different type of response, if you will. And, like I said, it's incumbent upon the legislature and our leaders to get ahead of this and at least try to get this filtered down on the social media platforms. I know that I use an AI generated platform. It's fun, right? You can have a lot of fun making these videos and these crazy videos, but when you start posting those videos as if they're true and real, it certainly puts a lot of folks in danger.
And what is a deputy supposed to do in that situation as well when someone comes in and shows you that?
I mean, he did exactly what he's trained to do. He got up, we saw him run full sprint out to the parking lot. Didn't pull his gun, but he certainly was ready to do that to face that potential felon that's breaking into his car. So, great job by the deputy on his response. And like I said, this could have played out a lot different, Garrett, if we'd had a shopper or a bystander standing beside that marked patrol unit. And I can assure you it would have been gun out on the ground until they determined that it was a fake, deepfake AI. But like I said, I mean, it looks fun on the internet and it's cool to maybe prank people, but it's going too far and we've got to get ahead of this to stop it before it gets worse.
Well, and I mean, what's the difference between something like this and, filing a false police report?
Well, and you hit the nail on the head. I mean, anytime you give bad information or fake or false information to law enforcement, such as this happened right here. I mean, it's a crime, right? It's a misdemeanor. So perhaps enhance that crime, especially when it deals with AI deepfakes. Let's enhance it to a felony, and that's certainly going to help deter people because, a misdemeanor and a felony is a huge difference in terms of the charging elements and what the exposure is. So, I would encourage the legislature to take a look at this. If it's any type of fake videos that are being produced by AI, let's bump that up to perhaps a felony charge rather than a misdemeanor charge. That will help deter people. But, it just opens the door. As technology grows, it's being used in a perverted way, if you will, and it's going to harm some people, I think.
Well, and just another, and just another way that it kind of shows that it's hard for the law and institutions to kind of keep up with the pace at which AI is accelerating and changing things.
I mean, we could go down a host of scenarios, schools, malls. I mean, the sky's the limit on making these AI deepfake videos. So, what if you would have a individual that would create a active shooter in a mall? It's going to be all hands on deck. Here's the problem. You're going to have bystanders in that mall that's going to be approached by the police, rightfully so, on a fake AI deepfake. So, I mean, the technology's great, Garrett, but it's just being used in a perverted way that we've got to get a handle on it. I don't know if this AI stuff is as good as what they say in terms of helping technology and people live their day-by-day lives, but, internet crimes need to be enhanced in terms of penalties. If you commit a crime on the internet, it needs to be bumped up to a felony. That would help curtail some of the stuff. And, start putting people in jail. I mean, that's the only deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's kind of concerning to see how this is going to be used, how it will likely not be the only person, because we know it's a culture that's looking for those things to go viral on those social media platforms, as this video has. And so you would certainly expect to see more of it. And that has to be concerning from a law enforcement perspective as well. The next time someone shows you video of something like that, it may be kind of in the back of your mind. Do I believe this? Do I not?
Well, I mean, that would measure the response you would think of law enforcement. But here's the good thing about it. No matter if it's real or fake, law enforcement's going to respond to that, and they're going to respond to it in a timely fashion. They're going to respond, as we see this deputy, hand on the gun, ready to go to work, right? But, the caveat to that is you have someone behind this deputy, following the deputy, live streaming this. In my opinion, that person, if connected to this, and if he's responsible for this deepfake AI video, he needs to be arrested immediately by law enforcement and make an example of, if you will, because especially the swatting calls. Some of these are hard to prove because of the VPNs and the other masking tools that are used, but we've got to get our internet crimes units and law enforcement to combat this. I think the Attorney General needs to step in. We saw him in Miami today on the cold case project they're doing, but I really encourage our leaders to get involved and start enhancing these penalties and start putting people in jail for it. It's not fun and games. It's serious business.
All right, Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator. Always appreciate your perspective, and thanks for chatting with us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now inside the White House press briefing room, where any minute now we expect to see Karoline Leavitt walk out and deliver a briefing, answer questions from reporters. That briefing scheduled for 1 o'clock. So right now, that often begins a few minutes late. You can see many of the correspondents. There's Fox News' Jackie Heinrich speaking as well, or standing at the front there, getting ready to do a hit on America Reports, I believe. So we're waiting for this to begin, and we'll bring that to you live as soon as it does begin. The White House press briefing amid the ceasefire that has been announced between the U.S. and Iran, reopening of the Strait of Hormuz with some new conditions in place as well. There will be a lot of questions about that and a number of other things. So again, we'll bring that to you live coming up in just a few minutes when that does begin. Now, just for a little additional context on this, I'm going to play for you while we're waiting on that the news conference earlier today from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Dan Kane, General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who they together briefed at the Pentagon earlier today, talking about from the military perspective where things stand with Operation Epic Fury.
Iran has been a threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chants of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective, on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into Fantasyland. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure, targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch, and I could go on and on and on, to include the new so-called new Supreme Leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and downed 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. The President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence. A massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury.
Before we hear that, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus while we are waiting on the White House press briefing to begin. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us. Here's a live look right now inside the briefing room at the White House, where any moment now we expect to hear from White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt, who will speak to reporters amid the ceasefire with Iran. However, we are seeing reports, Fox News, others citing reports that the Strait of Hormuz is closing despite some of the tenets in that ceasefire that have been agreed to. So we will wait to see what the White House says about that. Some of the questions that are asked about that as well. We will bring that to you live as soon as that does begin. Right now, though, I want to take you back to the briefing we heard earlier today. When we took a break, we were just about to hear from General Dan Kane, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, giving an update on where things stand with Operation Epic Fury amid this ceasefire. So again, let's go ahead and listen in. This was from earlier today at the Pentagon.
Members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready, if ordered or called upon, to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff, who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers, and we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000 more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our joint force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires projected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial base is shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The Joint Force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank TRANSCOM and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000.
White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt walking out to the podium right now inside the briefing room at the White House. Let's go ahead and listen in.
I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting this critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the President and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone-launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East, Iran now has 0 submarine vessels. 97% of Iran's once massive inventory of more than 5,000 naval mines has also been targeted and destroyed. Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant at this point, after the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aim to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution and long-term peace in the Middle East. The President's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the President said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the President's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the President and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The President's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The President will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the President, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Karoline. I have 2 questions for you. First, following the President's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the President's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Sure. I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the President looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their Navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the President's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the President loves our seniors across the country. And as you know, the President signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the President about how his policies have benefited the American people, and I'm proud to report that the President will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Karoline, the president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time.
So,
Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure, and then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer. You can...
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
With all due respect, Karoline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
There is
just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night. In that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. The president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on Iran, and then a question on the Dignity Act as well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the vice president of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions, and as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country, and he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation, and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iranian venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
And on the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from, and he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
But have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have.
They have.
Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you, but I will do that and we will get you an answer, okay?
And just on the civilization question that we've been talking about.
And I would just add to that point, again, I haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the Vice President said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain. And so we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning, it was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did, and I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
The United States is a moral leader in the world, given that he
I was asked this exact same question by your colleague Andrew in the back, and I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a statement, a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Ruta in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
And then secondly, in regards to this conflict, 38 days, as you pointed out, President Trump has said that there's been regime change. Has that regime change led to more freedoms for the Iranian people?
I think that's a question that's being asked a little bit too early, John, and we hope that is the case, but it's something that has yet to be seen. Eamon.
Caroline, on this question of tolling by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, I've heard you talk about a number of red lines that the president has in this negotiation, but I haven't heard you say that Iranian tolling in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line. Would it be acceptable to the United States at the end of all of this if the Iranians are able to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the president was very clear and simplistic in his language last night in his Truth Social post, where he said that this ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value.
You mean free
Carrie.
charge?
Carrie, go ahead. Without limitation, including tolls, yes. Carrie.
Quick follow-up on the tolling. Why would the U.S. allow Iran to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? That's not something that we've opposed for a number of years now.
Again, that's not something we've said that we've definitively accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president, but he was very clear in his statement last night. He wants to see the strait reopened immediately without limitation, and that's something we're going to hold them to.
Yes, second question
on family and friends in Iran. I myself am Iranian, and I've been talking to them through the blackout. One of my family members yesterday said goodbye to me. So what message should we be sending Iranians when they message me saying what should they be doing right now? How should they stay safe? Because they really don't know what to do.
I think the president's main priority, and my main priority as his spokeswoman, is to make sure that clear messages are sent to the American people, of course, which is my job today. With respect to the Iranian people, the president, has taken out the imminent threat that was posed by their military to the United States, to our allies in the region, to our forces in the region, and of course, as the president has long said, he hopes that Iran will be a country of peace, of prosperity, and we're moving into this next round of negotiations to hopefully come to an agreement with with this new regime that will create long-term stability in the Middle East.
He has said that they should stay inside of their homes and also take back their country. So there's a contradiction there. So how do you address that?
Again, we're moving into this next round of negotiations with the remnants of the regime and those that we are speaking with now to hopefully reach a place of peace long-term for the region, and that includes the Iranian people as well. In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the Strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the Strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the Strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the Strait right now?
One on the deportations of Iranian officials, and then on the negotiations. Are there still security concerns about Vice President Vance being part of these peace talks, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? And then two, given the ongoing deportation of General Soleimani's niece, does the Trump administration plan to deport more relatives or people in the families of Iranian officials that are in the U.S.?
Certainly, anyone who is here fraudulently. I understand one of the individuals who their visa was revoked by Secretary Rubio and they were deported by ICE. They had a fraudulent asylum claim. That's against the laws of the United States. So anyone who is here illegally or fraudulently is subject to our nation's immigration laws and will be removed from our country. And I know this continues to be a top priority for the State Department, working in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security. With respect to the safety of the Vice President, we fully trust the United States Secret Service to do their job, to keep the Vice President and the President's negotiating team safe. They do a tremendous job, and we fully trust them to do that.
Caroline.
In the back, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The President has said Cuba is next. What's the message to the American people regarding Cuba, and what can Cubans expect in relation to the statement?
Well, look, I think when President Trump said that, and he later clarified after making that statement, that he meant the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is very weak. They're in a very weak position economically, obviously, financially. The Cuban people are fed up with their government, as they should be. And these talks and discussions continue to happen at the highest level of our government. I don't have any updates or announcements for you with respect to Cuba policy today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Hegseth said this morning that U.S. troops would be sticking around. Can you expound upon that, what we should expect from U.S. troops in theater for the next 2 weeks and beyond?
I would defer you to the Pentagon for any specifics on assets that have been in place in the Middle East, but take the Secretary at his word, and also the President has reiterated this as well in his own words, that we're not going to move anything immediately. Again, this is a 2-week ceasefire where we hope at the end, and we expect at the end, we'll have a good agreement between the United States and Iran, but in the meantime, we're going to ensure that our military is always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief. I'll take a couple more in the back. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Ruta, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt wrapping up her briefing, where she spoke for about half an hour and took a number of questions there as well. First, speaking about the first conviction under the Take It Down Act, which is about revenge porn, essentially. Then talked about Iran and where things stand with that, as you heard, fragile truce, the ceasefire that has been put in place for 2 weeks. Part of that is that the Strait of Hormuz be opened. There have been reports today that Iran has tried to close the Strait of Hormuz, despite some of those requirements and discussions in the tenets of that ceasefire agreement. The White House pushed back on that, saying they understand that things maybe take some time for things to be relayed, especially given the conditions of communications and that kind of thing in the country of Iran amid all of those strikes that have happened in the past. And so they said that they fully expect the Strait of Hormuz to be opened shortly and for traffic to continue to increase through there. The White House press secretary called the 2-week ceasefire a victory for America. Also pointed out that she believes, and the president believes, that NATO was, quote, tested and failed throughout this Iranian conflict. We know that the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, is meeting with President Trump a little bit later today. Met with Secretary Marco Rubio earlier today. Here's video of them shaking hands at the State Department this morning, where they walked out, shook hands in front of the cameras, and then met behind closed doors. So it's going to be interesting to see how that meeting goes with the president a little bit later. That is closed to press, and so we will see if what the president has to say after that meeting. But again, that's NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier today. And you also heard the Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt saying that all options are on the table, including for the United States potentially withdrawing from NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, after, amid the criticism that the Trump administration has levied against that organization and what they have perceived to be a lack of support for their actions and stance on things when it comes to Operation Epic Fury in Iran. So that is where things stand right now as we near the 2 o'clock hour here on Fox 35 News Plus. But we still have a lot to come in our next hour. I want to give you a little bit of a heads up about what we are going to be talking about here in just a few minutes. We're going to be checking in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, again amid another busy weather day here in Central Florida. More rain, more showers, more strong winds out there as well. So we're going to tell you what you can expect coming up in just a few minutes. Some interesting stories out of our Tampa connection today, including as we learn about an armed standoff in Polk County that led deputies to end up shooting and killing a Vietnam veteran. So we'll have the update on that. We're also talking the Orlando Magic, because they're getting ready for their final home game of the year, at least in the regular season. We're going to talk with Orlando Sentinel beat writer Jason Beatty about where things stand for this Magic team. They're jockeying for playoff position right now, and so we will see where things go from here for the Magic. Again, that game tips off at 7 o'clock tonight at Kia Center. So that's just the start of it. We've got a lot to cover over the next hour as our live streaming news coverage continues. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to welcome in our TV audience at the top of the hour for Florida Live. And then we will continue for another at least hour and a half of live streaming news coverage if you're watching us right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So thanks for joining us, and we will be right back after this.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. If you're just joining us here on Fox 35 right now, we were listening in to the White House press briefing that just wrapped up about 5 minutes ago, where we heard Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt give an update on where things stand and what they're calling a fragile truce right now, this 2-week ceasefire with Iran. We know the president later today is going to be meeting with the Secretary General of NATO. We also heard from some strong words from Secretary Leavitt talking about they believe NATO has been tested and failed in this conflict with Iran, and so some potentially hard conversations going on between the president and the Secretary General later today. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled on that. Over our next hour here on Florida Live, I want to let you know a little bit more of what we've got ahead for you. We're going to be talking weather here. It's another rainy, windy day in Central Florida. We're going to check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here in just a minute. We're also going to be checking in a little bit later in the show with Jason Beatty from the Orlando Sentinel, talking about the Orlando Magic. Tonight they're getting ready for their final home regular season game of the year. So where do things stand as they look to better their playoff positioning? And then a scary story out of the Bay Area in our Tampa connection, where a woman diving for shark teeth was dragged by a boat. So we'll have more details on that coming up in just a few minutes when we check in with our friends at Fox 13 Tampa Bay. But right now I want to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining us for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, this is 2 days in a row now that we've had some pretty dreary, kind of yucky weather out there.
This isn't the weather that I moved here for Florida, not gonna lie.
No, and you know what? It is very rare that we kind of have, especially extended stretches like this, but here we are.
Yeah, honestly, so Monday, Tuesday is my weekend, I guess, and it was the best weekend ever because I watched movies, I read books, I was covered up in a blanket the entire time, so the gloomy weather does have some pros, especially for the weekend that I had, but also, Garrett, we just desperately needed the rain, but I feel like it is coming in a little bit too quick, so it's kind of it's that balance on a razor blade, as the saying goes, and it's like you can have too much, but also there's the other opposite side where it can be too little too. Yeah, we've talked so much lately about the drought and the deficit that we are in, but it only does so much good when it comes down so fast. We have been getting quite a bit of rainfall, pretty widespread around our region over the past couple of days. Yeah, Garrett, for sure. So let's actually start off with the past 3 days. This rain really started Sunday night, Monday evenings when it really started to really move in. So these are the current rainfall totals of what we've had for the past 3 days. And rainfall, this is only one chapter of the weather that we're seeing right now. So we can see up by Palm Coast, Flagler County, 4 inches of rain. Ocala got in about 2 inches of rain the past 3 days, 3.5 inches of rain near New Smyrna Beach and Daytona Beach, but really where we're seeing the main rain and those really high rain chances is just south of Titusville, just north of Cocoa Beach, right near Cape Canaveral area. 7 inches of rain, and unfortunately we're not over yet, and we are right now seeing about 6 inches of rain in total over the past 3 days, just to the south of Melbourne, right by Palm Bay is where we're seeing that right now. So that's really the rain of what we've been seeing so far, but more is to come. So as we do take a look at our storm threats, high threat of heavy downpours for the next couple of hours. Same with that flooding chance. Most areas, especially along the coast, basically Volusia, Flagler, as well as Brevard counties, right now we're under a flood watch. Areas basically all along I-95. Be careful of this for sure. And then also we are still seeing tropical storm force winds along the Space Coast. So it is really windy out there. But I first want to start off with the rain. You can just see it is gloomy. It is cloudy as we take a look over Port Canaveral right now. So rain, chapter number 1, and we're still going to be seeing that as we head through the rest of the day today. We have some very heavy downpours slowly making their way into Melbourne, southern Brevard County, but we also have some scattered showers by Palm Coast over to Ocala, Daytona. So it is a lot of green on this radar, and unfortunately we're not done yet. We could be looking at another 5 or 6 inches in southern Osceola County. Southern Brevard County could get in another 2, maybe even 3 inches. Even northern Brevard County could get in another 2 inches of rain as well. So in total, we could be seeing upwards of 10 inches of rain across Brevard County before we even wrap up this event. So that is definitely a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So especially in areas of Volusia County, Brevard County areas, especially if you're along the I-4 corridor and along the I-95 corridor, be careful of flooding, and especially be careful of those flooded roads. If you do see a road that you can't see the bottom of, do not drive through it, because this is really going to be a threat, at least for the next 2 days before we see those showers finally start to die down. But it is not just the rain that we're watching. We're also watching the wind, and just take a look how breezy it is as we take a look at our Grills Riverside camera. 75 degrees with 31-mile-per-hour winds in along the Indian River right now in Melbourne. And that's why we are under a wind advisory until midnight tonight. Strong winds sustained 20 to 30 miles per hour, 35 to 45 mile per hour gusts. And unfortunately, Garrett, that wind not coming down anytime soon. It is going to continue to stay gusty, at least through the overnight tonight, especially as we take a look along our coastal communities. And speaking of our coastal communities, those waves are angry. Look at that sea. I don't think I've ever seen waves this rough, unless we were talking about hurricane force winds, and that's exactly what we're seeing out there right now. 31-mile-per-hour gusts taking a look over Daytona Beach, and this is why through Friday we are going to be seeing not only dangerous surf, but large breaking waves. Waves, I'm talking 8 to 12 feet, so this is a surfer's paradise, but personally, I consider myself as a strong swimmer. I would not be touching this water because we are looking at high rip currents over the next 7 days, and here are our wave heights just currently 13 feet high. So these waves are strong, they are tall, and they are powerful. And that's how it's going to basically stay at least through the start of the weekend. We can see 8 to 12 foot waves on tap for today, continuing to stay about 6 to 9 feet high on Thursday, and then even continuing through Friday. It's going to continue to stay angry, and that's going to continue with those very rough waters, as well as even more of that very rough seas as we take a look at the next 7 days. Good news is that we're slowly going to start to see more sunshine thrown back in the mix, and that's what's going to warm up our temperatures. Taking a look, we're going to be in the low 80s, taking a look ahead to next week. And our drought monitor, we are in desperate need of this rain, but again, a good amount of it isn't really that helpful because right now the ground is just so dry, especially in southern Brevard County, Daytona Beach area. This rain really just going to sit and puddle until that ground can actually moisten up and actually absorb that water. So that's really what we're seeing, at least on tap over the next couple of days. You
showed us the rainfall over the past few days, and we saw what you had been you and the other members of the storm team had kind of been letting us know that those coastal areas were kind of going to be seeing the most rain over the past few days, and those numbers bore that out. Moving forward, are we going to continue to see the coastal areas kind of bearing the brunt of that as we see more showers?
Yes, and that's really what we're going to continue to see at least through the start of the weekend. So this weekend, we're finally starting to see some sunshine. The rain is starting to die down, but that wind is still going to be sticking with us at least through Saturday and even Sunday. We kind of have this high pressure system that's just off the New England coast, and this is just funneling in not only moisture, but also that wind that we're seeing out there right now. That'll finally start to break down, taking a look at this weekend. But if you have any beach plans, especially this weekend, I know temperature is going to be in the low 80s. Sunshine is finally back. Everyone's looking to get out to the beach. Yeah, it's a no-go. Also, I think the Cocoa Beach Air Show is happening this weekend as well. And it's going to be a little bit windy out there, so I hope folks are prepared.
Yeah, those waves not playing around, those rip currents not playing around. And like you said, it is kind of crazy to see that outside of any sort of tropical system or anything like that, because that's most of the time when you kind of see it look like that.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy.
And on top of that, these waves are coming up really high too, so I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw some beach erosion even outside of hurricane season when, normally we see these kind of conditions that are happening out there.
Speaking of hurricane season, not that it's anything anyone looks forward to, but we are tomorrow going to get one of the first kind of previews and forecast of what the hurricane season might look like.
Yes, so this is the Colorado State University forecast, and this comes out tomorrow. So April 9th, this is the day that's been on at least our calendars for a little while, and this is the first official forecast for the 2026 hurricane season. That comes out the earliest, coming up end of May. That's when we're expecting the NOAA forecast as well. But this one has done very well in the past. Last year, kind of an iffy situation, but we are going to be doing a full breakdown of the Colorado State University forecast. And that's not only going to be basically this time tomorrow, but we're also going to be covering it on our streaming platform, Fox 35 Weather Plus. That's on Facebook, YouTube, and Fox Local starting at 3:30. But a couple of things that I think what's going to be put out with this forecast, especially over the next couple of days, is that if you've been kind of following the weather world, El Nino most likely going to take a big role in the prediction of this forecast. And usually El Nino means very strong wind shear across the Atlantic. So if I were to put money on it, I think it is on the lower side of what we're going to be seeing for activity, but lower does not mean none. So even though those numbers may be coming in a little bit lower than average, that does not mean that we're not going to let our guard down any little bit for this season, for sure.
Because as we say, it only takes one.
It only takes one, and as cliche as it does sound, it's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we will stay tuned for that tomorrow. We'll have much more coverage on Fox 35 News Plus with the release of that and 11, and then a full breakdown from Laurel here, and Noah as well, going to be joining us at 2 to tell us everything we need to know and really go in depth with us on that forecast and those projections. So Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow as well.
58 days out until hurricane season. Just did the math on that. The years were turning, but it's never too soon to start talking about the summertime. So
yeah, that's a good point. Laurel, we appreciate it. As we go to break here on Florida Live, going to give you a live look right now. You can see there isn't much beach right now.
No.
Laurel, really not much to see. Those waves are coming up pretty high from our Hard Rock Hotel camera in Daytona Beach. Keep it right here. We'll be back with more Florida Live right after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and nice to see you. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and also on Fox 35. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay, And I'm going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, a Citrus County man has been arrested following a manhunt yesterday and a series of violent events that actually left another man dead and several structures burned. So we're told that this all started around midnight on Tuesday when fire crews were called to a burning home on East Hawk Lane in Floral City. Now, the homeowner is 37-year-old William Michael Larson, and we're told that he was nowhere to be found. Deputies said that they were eventually able to track him down for questioning, but the situation actually turned deadly several hours later. Around 6 o'clock in the morning, authorities received a second call from the same neighborhood. Now, investigators say Larson had returned to the area and set fire to a nearby shed. Now, both properties were actually owned by Larson's mother. A man at the home tried to put out the flames, but deputies say Larson stabbed him. The victim has been identified by family as the longtime boyfriend of Larson's mother, and he was found dead near that shed with stab wounds as well as burns, and we are told that he died at the scene. Larson fled the area in a white pickup truck, sparking a massive search that flooded the Withlacoochee State Forest. Now, while his abandoned truck was found near a trailhead on Tuesday afternoon, Larson remained on the run for several more hours. Deputies said they were eventually able to track him back to Floral City, not far from where the fires first started. He was taken into custody last night, and he now faces several felony charges, including arson and first-degree premeditated murder. Detectives say that more charges could be filed as this investigation continues. Garrett?
What a chain of events there, Nancy.
Yes, this was an incredible chain of events. You know, just yesterday afternoon, I was scrolling through the Citrus County Sheriff's Office social media page, and they had posted something. It was a really small blurb just saying that a fire that had began in Floral City earlier in the morning has led to a homicide investigation. And so that obviously piqued all of our interest here. And in watching a video that was put out by Sheriff David Vincent, there was images of Larson. Again, the details were not revealed at that point in time. All it said was, the house fire, one person was found dead inside of this house, and it sparked a manhunt for Larson, and it became a homicide investigation. Several hours later, they did say that his truck was found outside the Withlacoochee Forest, and that's what sparked this huge manhunt within the forest. Deputies swarmed the area, but as I mentioned, he was actually found back in Floral City, pretty close to where the fire started. So this was definitely a crazy situation, and it's just good that they were able to catch him. And as I mentioned, he is facing several felony charges right now.
We're also learning more about a situation in Polk County that ended up with deputies shooting and killing a man.
Yes, this man, he was actually a veteran, and we're told that this man, he has been identified as Ronald Breeze, that he called the Veterans Crisis Hotline earlier yesterday, and he told the operator that he had 5 guns and he was planning to harm himself. And when deputies arrived at his home, they said that they found Breeze sitting on his porch with a gun to his head. And while deputies tried to de-escalate the situation, Breeze's wife returned home. She pulled into the driveway and tried to run toward her husband. That's when we're told that one deputy actually dropped a protective shield to physically stop his wife from reaching him. And according to investigators, Breeze suddenly stood up and fired at least one shot toward deputies. 4 deputies, were told, returned fire, striking and killing him. Now, Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said Breeze has no prior criminal history, and while the motive is still unclear, investigators believe he may have been upset over a business deal, and they said that he had been drinking earlier in the day. No deputies or family members were injured in this deputy-involved shooting, but we are told that it is still under investigation. Garrett?
A sad end to a story there with someone who clearly needed some help there, and just sad to see how it all unfolded.
Yeah, it's definitely a sad situation. He was reaching out for help, and those deputies, they went to his home to try to help him. Again, when they arrived, they said they did find him sitting on his porch with a gun to his head. And they said that after his wife returned home, they were able to keep her back from, she was trying to run toward her husband. They were able to keep her back, and that's when they said he just suddenly stood up and fired at deputies who did return fire, killing him.
Gosh, a sad situation for everybody involved there, no doubt about that. And finally, a scary situation for a woman who was searching for shark teeth. What happened here?
Yes, this has been one of our top stories since yesterday, and this did happen in Venice, which if you've ever been down to the beaches in Venice, it is known for being the shark tooth capital. And so we're told that Stephanie Holte, she runs the diving company Abyss Explorers, and she said she was about 23 feet underwater searching for those shark teeth late last month when a boat's propeller got caught up in her dive flag. So it actually got caught up in the rope to her dive flag. That's a floating marker that alerts boaters that divers are beneath the surface. Holte says she was suddenly pulled upward and dragged about 60 yards through the water. She says her life flashed before her eyes and she began choking and she was struggling to breathe. Now, during this struggle, her regulator fell out of her mouth, causing her to swallow water from the choppy waves. And all of this, Garrett, was actually recorded on video by her diving partner. And this video not only caught the moment that she was caught up in her dive flag got caught up in this boat's propeller, but it also captured a confrontation between the divers and the boaters. Now, Holte says that the boaters offered no assistance and they didn't offer an apology. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission is now investigating this incident. And under Florida law, boaters must operate at idle speed within 300 feet of a dive flag in open water, while divers are required to stay within that same distance of their markers. Holte says that she feels fortunate the situation wasn't more severe, noting that a faster boat or deeper water could have led to life-threatening injuries like the bends or lung issues. She is now urging all boaters to take safety courses and stay vigilant for dive flags whenever they are on the water. Garrett?
Yeah, it's good advice. What a scary situation.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary situation, and this reminds me of a situation, I believe it was in Pasco County maybe 2 or 3 years ago, with someone who was scalloping, and that's obviously a huge sport, if you will, here during certain times of the year. They were scalloping, they had their dive flag out, but unfortunately they were run over by another boat, and I do believe that person lost their leg in that incident. So it is so important for boaters to be mindful of the dive flags, and also for the divers, just to be mindful to have those dive flags and to follow those rules and stay within 300 feet of the dive flag. But again, Stephanie, she is really encouraging boaters to take a safety course. And again, just be mindful that if you see the dive flag, there are people under the water or even snorkeling in that area. So just to be very mindful of that.
Yeah, just glad she's okay.
Yes.
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
And before we go to break here on Florida Live, I want to give you another live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera, because now it's looking just kind of straight out to sea, and you can really see what we were talking about just a little bit ago with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, where you can see the rough surf. Look how rough that is. Those waves, 11, 12 feet in some places right now. So dangerous situations out there. You can also see just how far the tide is up right now, really not leaving much beach there at all in front of the hotel there at Daytona Beach. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more in just a couple of minutes. Give you a live look right now at inside the Orion capsule, the Artemis II crew continuing to with science experiments, taking pictures, doing a number of things. They've been communicating with the ground crew, the Capcom in Houston, just over the past few minutes, talking about some things ahead of their splashdown coming up on Friday. Meanwhile, let me give you a live look at Kia Center. We're just a few hours away from tip-off in the final regular season game for the final home regular season game for the Orlando Magic. They tip off against the Timberwolves tonight at 7 o'clock, jockeying for playoff position. And our poll question of the day is, what is your prediction for the Orlando Magic? Do you think they're able to get out of the play-in game, make it straight to the playoffs? Do you see them being those play-in survivors, or do they not even make it past that play-in round? O-Town heartbreak. We want to know what you think. Scan the QR code. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote and let us know that way. And we'll leave this poll question up as well over the next few minutes, because we're going to talk about the Orlando Magic with Orlando Sentinel beat writer Jason Beatty joining us live now via Zoom. Jason, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Absolutely. It's pretty remarkable that we're already at the final home game of the regular season, and there's only two more after tonight. They go to Chicago on Friday and Boston on Sunday, and there's a lot still left to be figured out.
Yeah, kind of set things up for us, because we know that a lot is still on the line for the Magic right now, whether they end up having to play in the play-in, but a playoff berth, an automatic playoff berth, is still not out of the question right now.
That's right. There's pretty much 2.5 games that separate the number 5 Hawks and the number 9 Hornets, and there's a bunch of teams in the middle there. And the Magic are one of them. Last night, the Hornets lost, and the Magic moved in front of them. So right now, Orlando enters tonight in 8th, which obviously is not above the top 6 spots, but it would still be huge for them to finish in that 7-8 spot if they are going to fall into the play-in or remain in the play-in, I suppose. Because then that would mean they only have to play one play-in game. If they win that game, they'd be the 7th seed. If you lose that game, you still have another chance to play the winner of the 9-10 game in the standings in the play-in. So, but if you have to be not 8th, then you're 9th. You have to play 2 games to get the 8th spot. So, as much as they'd like to avoid the playoffs, it's also really important that they, have a chance to make the playoffs to be in that 7-8 game as opposed to the 9-10 game. So there's a lot left to be figured out. They don't control their own destiny for 5 through 7. They do control their own destiny after Charlotte's loss last night for the 8th spot, which, they would have to travel for a 7 game, but there's still a few games left and a lot to monitor.
And this is a team that has struggled before this season, but they're hot right now. I mean, they've won 3 games in a row. Who would have seen that after some of the scuffle that they had been leading up to that?
Yeah, they've won 5 of the last 7. You mentioned 3 in a row. They're going tonight against a Timberwolves team that played last night. They're going to be without a bunch of key guys, including Anthony Edwards, and Rudy Gobert's questionable. I mean, it's an opportunity for them to beat up on a team that, Minnesota's already clinched their top 6 spot in the West. They did so with Phoenix losing last night. So, I think win or lose, the biggest thing for this team is how they look, the energy, the effort. Are they playing hard? Do they want to play for each other? Do they want to have fun on the court? I mean, that was the biggest thing during the losing streak. After they won, 6-7 in a row, and then go back and lose 6-7 in a row after that. It was just questioning whether or not they actually cared about this season and what they wanted to get out of it. And effort has been a question this entire year for this group at certain stages. But right now they're figuring things out. They're getting healthy. Franz Wagner is back. Anthony Black is back. And they seem to be hitting their stride. It's just a matter of whether or not they can keep it up.
What's Wendell's status?
Wendell Carter is still questionable as of 2:30 right now, but certainly he was in a mask this morning. He broke his nose the other night against Detroit. Originally, they had him doubtful to return the other night due to a neck sprain. So I think something happened where he got hit on his nose and tweaked his neck, which is never a great combination. Obviously, it takes a lot of force to break your nose, let alone when an NBA player is hitting your face. He was in a mask this morning. We saw Franz Wagner in a mask earlier this season, of course. So a couple different guys having to wear a mask this year for Orlando. But Wendell used to play, he used to have goggles, so I think he's used to having something on his face. I'm sure there'll be an adjustment. So we'll see whether or not he can return tonight. But Jamal Mosley said it's just a matter of adjusting to wearing that mask for a little bit.
Do you think this team's facing any pressure, given some of the expectations coming into this season and some of what we've seen from this team, the ups and downs throughout the year? Do you think they're feeling some pressure to perform as we head to the playoffs?
I think so. I mean, I think when you ask them about that feeling of pressure, they say they like to thrive off of it. I mean, this pressure is a privilege is what the saying is, I think. They've said that before to us. And I think they understand, if the team doesn't perform to a certain level or meet certain expectations, people lose their jobs. I mean, that's the industry that we're in, that it's win-loss, it's results-based. It's, when a franchise puts a lot of money into a core group of players and you don't perform, like I said, people lose jobs, and that's the pressure that comes with this. And the thing is, they put themselves in this hole. I mean, they lost 6 games in a row, and had they gone 2-4 even, they'd be competing for 4 and 5 right now. So instead of being the play-in. So I think there's just something about this team and playing better under pressure that I think that's what we're starting to see right now. But they understand that whatever is out of their control, the only thing they know that they can control is playing hard against the Timberwolves tonight and taking care of business on the road to close out the regular season. But certainly they feel pressure, no doubt.
And we've heard the talk of Jamal Mosley being on the hot seat. Certainly. What do we have to see from this team, do you think, for him to keep his job moving forward?
I mean, I would think getting out of the first round is something that this front office and this team and all the players inside of the team, feel that should be something that they should be able to do this year. Now their circumstances have changed, but going into this season after 2 first-round exits and trading 4 first-round picks for Desmond Bane, getting out of the first round should have been definitely an achievable goal of theirs. And now they're in this really tough spot where they're not even guaranteed a playoff series right now. They have to fight their way through. I mean, they're trying to survive this season and make something out of it. But certainly when you make 2 first-round exits and you make a move like that and you pay your players, you extend Paolo Banchero, you give money to Franz Wagner and Jalen Suggs, everything's going to be under evaluation when you don't perform well. So there's pressure in every corner of this team right now, and they feel it. And certainly if they don't accomplish the goals, questions are going to have to be asked, and everything's going to be under evaluation.
What do you think is the most realistic path for this team?
I think right now, because Charlotte lost last night, they're playing a Timberwolves squad that's going to be resting a bunch of guys. Chicago is a complete mess. Boston's going to be resting most likely on Sunday just because they'll have their number 2 spot locked up. I mean, winning out is achievable. That was the biggest thing about beating Detroit and finding a way to, come back and beat New Orleans on the road the other night. Whether or not they could have won out these final 5 really depended on that road trip at Dallas and New Orleans, and beating Detroit on the second night of a back-to-back, even though they were missing players, is certainly tough. But, look, if they can get in that 7-8 game and have a series, anything can happen at that point. But certainly getting into a first-round playoff series is achievable for this team. It's just a matter of whether or not they want it and how badly they want it.
Well, it's certainly encouraging to see how they're playing. Like you said, some of the comebacks, some of the wins they've been able to kind of rattle off in a row here. So maybe things are pointing in the right direction for this team. Maybe everything's coming together at the right time.
Sometimes that's all it takes. I mean, that's vibes and the direction and belief and hope, and that goes a long way for these guys. I mean, it's been a long season. Tonight's game 80. They've dealt with a lot. They've fought through a lot of adversity, but they put themselves in this hole, and now they're trying to get out of it.
All right, the Orlando Sentinel beat writer Jason Beatty. Always appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us and talking Magic with us.
Appreciate it.
Before we go to break here, give you another live look at the Kia Center. Again, tip-off scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight between the Magic and the Timberwolves. We will be right back with more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. I talk about the sign of the times and technology, AI. There's a video that's going viral on TikTok that shows a Seminole County deputy being victim of an AI prank, where someone essentially walked into a store where the deputy is. Shows him a video of what appears to be someone breaking into his cruiser in the parking lot, but turned out only to be an AI generated video. Looked convincing, turned out not to be the real thing, but a concerning trend, concerning things that we are seeing there. And just a little bit ago on Fox 35 News Plus, had the chance to speak with Jamie Copenhaver, who's a former sheriff's detective and investigator, about why this is a concerning trend and where things go from here when it comes to fake reports like this that are AI generated.
Shocking and alarming. I mean, as we progress in the world of technology and AI and these deep fakes, I mean, you have this deputy pretty much minding his own business. Someone shows him this video, and the next thing you know, this deputy is going to run to the danger of someone allegedly breaking into his car. You saw his hand on his weapon. So, it's a felony to break into a vehicle, and you certainly don't know what you're going to anticipate when you get out there. So the deputy acted appropriately, but once again, he got faked out by an AI deep fake video. It's scary.
Yeah, and you talk about thinking there could be some sort of dangerous situation that they're then responding to, and then that creates danger of its own as they respond to a call that isn't there. Thank gosh it didn't happen, but let's look at as to what could have happened. When the deputy ran outside of that building, we all seen that. It was, I'm assuming, live on TikTok or social media. What would have happened if some bystander would have been stopped at this patrol car, tying his shoe or what have you, and this deputy approached? Pretty good chance that person's going to probably be put on the ground at gunpoint because the deputy doesn't know what's going on. And it's a risk-taking move by these deepfake authors of these deep fake videos. And, the legislature is going to have to do something in order to call those in and get it under control. We've talked about swatting before. I mean, this is essentially just kind of the next step of that, a tech-savvy swatting. Well, it is. And, we've seen out in Texas, a swatting call ended up a guy lost his life on a swatting call by a neighbor. So, these things are certainly dangerous. And, I think the governor and the attorney general is going to have to get out ahead of this and maybe perhaps go to these platforms and say, hey, here's an issue, here's a problem. Your system needs to identify what's real and what's fake and filter that out so it's not shown to the general public. Because I'm telling you, Garrett, it could cause loss of life. It could cause someone getting injured. But more importantly, it could cause resources, such as these swatting calls. It's all hands on deck. You're going to have an entire platoon of deputies or officers responding to that swatting call for a fake call. And Jamie, it's kind of concerning. In this case, it was someone breaking into a deputy's cruiser. But we know the capabilities of AI. We know how realistic things can look. So there could be even more dangerous situations that are kind of simulated in this manner that could create even more risk. Well, and of course, and you're going to have copycats, right? You're going to see this on the social media platforms. Oh, that's cool. Let's prank this deputy or let's prank this officer. But, let's go a step further. What if it's at a deputy or officer's home and you show some type of graphic scene where this deputy is potentially involved? Now it amps up the entire process because now you have a potential deputy on an AI deep video, fake video, potentially causing harm in his house or the neighborhood. It's going to generate a different type of response, if you will. And, like I said, it's incumbent upon the legislature and our leaders to get ahead of this and at least try to get this filtered down on the social media platforms. I know that I use an AI generated platform. It's fun, right? You can have a lot of fun making these videos and these crazy videos, but when you start posting those videos as if they're true and real, it certainly puts a lot of folks in danger. And what is a deputy supposed to do in that situation as well when someone comes in and shows you that?
I mean, he did exactly what he's trained to do. He got up, we saw him run full sprint out to the parking lot. Didn't pull his gun, but he certainly was ready to do that to face that potential felon that's breaking into his car. So, great job by the deputy on his response. And like I said, this could have played out a lot different, Garrett, if we'd had a shopper or a bystander standing beside that marked patrol unit. And I can assure you it would have been gun out on the ground until they determined that it was a fake deepfake AI. But like I said, I mean, it looks fun on the internet and it's cool to maybe prank people, but it's going too far, and we've got to get ahead of this to stop it before it gets worse.
Well, and I mean, what's the difference between something like this and, filing a false police report?
Well, and you hit the nail on the head. I mean, anytime you give bad information or fake or false information to law enforcement, such as this happened right here. I mean, it's a crime, right? It's a misdemeanor. So perhaps enhance that crime, especially when it deals with AI deepfakes. Let's enhance it to a felony, and that's certainly going to help deter people because, a misdemeanor and a felony is a huge difference in terms of the charging elements and what the exposure is. So, I would encourage the legislature to take a look at this. If it's any type of fake videos that are being produced by AI, let's bump that up to perhaps a felony charge rather than a misdemeanor charge. That will help deter people. But, it just opens the door. As technology grows, it's being used in a perverted way, if you will, and it's going to harm some people, I think.
Well, and just another way that it kind of shows that it's hard for the law and institutions to kind of keep up with the pace at which AI is accelerating and changing things.
I mean, we could go down a host of scenarios, schools, malls. I mean, the sky's the limit on making these AI deepfake videos. So, what if you would have a individual that would create a active shooter in a mall? It's going to be all hands on deck. Here's the problem. You're going to have bystanders in that mall that's going to be approached by the police, rightfully so, on a fake AI deepfake. So, I mean, the technology's great, Garrett, but it's just being used in a perverted way that we've got to get a handle on it. I don't know if this AI stuff is as good as what they say in terms of helping technology and people live their day-by-day lives, but, internet crimes need to be enhanced in terms of penalties. If you commit a crime on the internet, it needs to be bumped up to a felony. That would help curtail some of the stuff. And, start putting people in jail. I mean, that's the only deterrent.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's kind of concerning to see how this is going to be used, how it will likely not be the only person, because we know it's a culture that's looking for those things to go viral on those social media platforms, as this video has. And so you would certainly expect to see more of it. And that has to be concerning from a law enforcement perspective as well. The next time someone shows you video of something like that it may be kind of in the back of your mind. Do I believe this? Do I not?
Well, I mean, that would measure the response you would think of law enforcement. But here's the good thing about it. No matter if it's real or fake, law enforcement's going to respond to that, and they're going to respond to it in a timely fashion. They're going to respond, as we see this deputy, hand on the gun, ready to go to work, right? But, the caveat to that is you have someone behind this deputy, following the deputy, live streaming this. In my opinion, that person, if connected to this, and if he's responsible for this deepfake AI video, he needs to be arrested immediately by law enforcement and make an example of it, if you will, because especially the swatting calls. Some of these are hard to prove because of the VPNs and the other masking tools that are used. But we've got to get our internet crimes units in law enforcement to combat this. I think the Attorney General needs to step in. We saw him in Miami today on the cold case project they're doing. But I really encourage our leaders to get involved and start enhancing these penalties and start putting people in jail for it. It's not fun and games. It's serious business.
Jamie Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator, speaking with me just a little bit ago on Fox 35 News Plus. And we will have more on this story, and you'll see the video coming up on Fox 35 News at 5 in just a little bit. Well, we're getting ready to take one more break here on Florida Live, but we still have much more to get to, some good news, exciting news for you theme park fans. Coming up on the other side of this break, we'll have that for you. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35, and we'll be right back.
If Big Thunder Mountain's what you want, Big Thunder Mountain's what you're gonna get.
Yeah, breaking theme park news this afternoon here on Florida Live. We now know the reopening date of Big Thunder Mountain Railroad at Disney's Magic Kingdom, coming up less than a month away on May 3rd. And so joining us live this afternoon to talk about this, we've got Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. Drew, I know this is one you've been waiting on for a while.
Yeah, a 16-month-long refurbishment for Big Thunder Mountain is finally coming to a close. The attraction is opening on May 3rd. They just announced it out of nowhere. You guys said, let's talk about it. I said, let's do it, and here we are.
Yeah, and it's coming with some upgrades, some new things to check out as well. What do we know about how it's going to be a little bit different?
Yeah, this is a major refurbishment, the biggest refurbishment in Big Thunder Mountain's history. And what Disney actually just announced alongside that May 3rd date is that the height requirement is actually dropping down to 38 inches. So kids before had to be 40 inches, and now they can be 38 inches to go on this ride, making it more inclusive for families. That's a big win that was not on my radar by any means. And also the fact that back when the attraction closed last January, on January 5th, we knew it was getting this full track replacement. That's been the big thing here, is a brand new track, brand new ride vehicles, but also the fact there's a lot of little touches that really do add up to make this a big update. You have, like I mentioned, brand new ride vehicles, that full track. You have this updated show scene at the very beginning of the ride. The name is Big Thunder Mountain. We're going to hear a giant crack of thunder signaling that the mountain is pushing back against us. It doesn't want us chasing its riches, all of its gold. So it's like, get out of here. And then we're going to actually go onto the coaster. We're going to see gold props on the mountain for the first time ever, kind of signaling why people are being greedy, wanting its gold. It's all going deeper into the attraction storyline. And then you have refreshed audio animatronics, restored effects, and a lot more, I'm sure, hidden details that we're not going to find out until we actually get on. But May 3rd, get that park reservation. We are very close, and I'm so excited to ride.
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, Drew, I think the last time we talked about this in the progress of the construction work that had been going on, I said it's a good one. It's a fun one, and so it's been a while that we haven't been able to ride it, but one I'd kind of forgotten how much I do enjoy it. So I'm excited to see some of those changes, and I know this is something that theme park fans have been clamoring for.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so nice finally having that date. Like, I was on Twitter, I got the notification. I'm like, finally, it's 16 months later. We actually get to go back on Big Thunder next month. But I just love that we're getting such a heavy investment in a classic attraction. Yes, right next door in the years ahead, you're going to have Piston Peak, that new Cars area, in the Disney Villains Land, which you're going to be able to see the construction from Big Thunder Mountain's queue. But right now, if you just look at all of these updates to attractions that people have loved for decades, Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin just reopened today. A major update. It's been a big home run, incredible guest feedback already, just from the soft openings and previews. Big Thunder, I think we can already tell the people are going to love it. You have those quality of life updates blended with a deeper storyline, originality. That is awesome. And then coming up, we have Walt Disney's Carousel of Progress getting a Walt Disney animatronic, on top of the castle being repainted in its final stages. So Magic Kingdom, as the world's most visited theme park, so much transformation and growth going into 2030, and this is a big milestone on top of Buzz reopening today.
Yeah, how do these refurbishments of these rides that have been around fit into kind of the bigger picture of things as Magic Kingdom does look ahead to a huge addition in the coming years?
Yeah, I view it as Walt Disney Imagineering and Walt Disney World's leadership. Jeff Volley's the president of Walt Disney World. Recently, there's been some reports that he's kind of developed a good rapport with Imagineering. And I think that when our leadership team out here really understands what the Imagineers want to do and also what the guests want, that's a perfect recipe for success. So I view it as they're looking, 5-10 years down the road saying, well, Magic Kingdom is already the most visited theme park. Well, what do we need to do right now to really set this park up to be the perfect home run all around, so our crowds are balanced, we're getting that return on investment, our guests are happy, and we're setting this park up for another 55, 60 years of success? Well, while you're building Villains Land in this Cars area, Piston Peak, and those are going to open years from now, well, what's the perfect thing you can do to get people to still love what's going on in the park, from your locals like you and I and everyone watching to people flying in around the world? Well, you update the attractions that are already likable and people already like, but you make them even better than they've ever been. To where I love Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin before, but in the last week, I've been on the ride 32 times because I love it that much, and it just opened today. It's so easily accessible to get on. It's an absolute blast for everyone, and that is what I want from Disney. So seeing that we're getting these updates, that investment, and then knowing we have these major expansions down the road, I just feel like it's a really solid balance of those classics being updated, the general family wanting these IPs in the parks, and I guess only time will tell on how it's received. But right now, I think we're headed in the right direction.
All right, good stuff, and certainly a lot to look forward to at the parks right now, Drew.
Yeah, so much going on, and I guess I'll just give a shout out to my Substack, drewthedisneydude.substack.com. I actually wrote a big article about Big Thunder Mountain. I had it pre-written, so when they dropped the date, I just clicked publish. But something I think is awesome is that Wyatt Winter, one of the lead Imagineers right now on all of Magic Kingdom's projects, he started his Disney career as a cast member at Big Thunder Mountain, and then today they just revealed that he went on the ride with Jeff Volley, the president, and Sarah Riles, the vice president of Magic Kingdom. So he started his career at Big Thunder as a cast member. Now he's on the creative side, overseeing the biggest refurbishment in the ride's history. And that's what I love, that someone who really cares about these parks is now on the creative side, on Villains and Cars and everything to come. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Wyatt. But yeah, the people working on these things, I think, understand what they need to do, especially with how highly anticipated these things are. Villains Land is, in my opinion, the most highly anticipated projects in the history of Disney parks. So, well, that's still a while down the road. Just Big Thunder right now, it's going to be a big home run, and good stuff going on.
Yeah, like you said, go ahead and make those park reservations for Magic Kingdom on May 3rd. I'm sure there will be a lot of interest in that.
It's going to be a big day for Magic Kingdom, and I can't wait to cover it all.
All right, we will, I'm sure, chat with you more about it. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude, we appreciate you joining us. Always good talking with you, and thanks for hopping on to cover this breaking news with us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Yeah, even at the last minute, we can get some curveballs thrown at us. But hey, this is, like you said, Garrett, a big one. And May 3rd, lower height requirement, major updates, be there, and we'll all have a blast together.
All right, good stuff, Drew. Thanks. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but I want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage continues next. If you're watching on our digital platforms already, Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, we'll have another half hour for you before we hand things off to the Storm team and Fox 35 Weather Plus. Got a couple of interviews coming up in our next half hour. We're going to continue our look ahead at the Florida Film Festival that kicks off this weekend. Goes for 10 days at the Indian Theater in Maitland. So we're going to talk with some of the filmmakers, a couple of filmmakers coming up in our next half hour. That and a whole lot more. So we hope you join us. If you're watching on our digital platforms, don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this. As we wrap up Florida Live, though, going to give you a live look at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Thanks for joining us.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, 3 o'clock here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Want to let you know that in the bottom of the hour, we're expecting another daily briefing from NASA as they give us the status update and the latest when it comes to the Artemis mission that is continuing live out in space right now. Still a couple 100,000 miles away from Earth. As they begin their journey home after their lunar flyby. This is the view from the Orion spacecraft right now. Live images courtesy of NASA. Again, 3:30 this afternoon. We will live stream that for you on our Fox 35 Orlando YouTube channel, so you'll be able to watch that there as we get that update. There's also another briefing, a news conference tonight at 9:45 where the Artemis astronauts going to have the chance to answer some questions from reporters across the country. Fox 35 will be on that and a number of others as well, hoping to ask some questions of that crew up in space. So we will have that for you as well coming up tonight at 9:45. And this week we're previewing the Florida Film Festival that kicks off Friday. That's opening night. The festivities begin tomorrow with a free movie in Winter Park when it comes to the movie Hook, if you'd like to watch that. But the Florida Film Festival kicking off on Friday, and a lot of excitement for that at the Indian Theater in Maitland. 160 films, 31 countries, and a lot of things to look forward to with that. Earlier today, we had the chance to speak with some of the festival organizers to talk with us more about what we can expect over the next 10 days with the Florida Film Festival.
Yeah, 2 days. We opened the festival, and then for the 10 days following that, like you said, just pretty much nonstop movies all day long. It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit about what you're going to be showcasing here.
Well, our opening night film is Karoline, and the director of that, Adam Wymer, is going to be here. We've got Yorma Taccone from The Lonely Island coming, Paul Giamatti, Judge Reinhold. But then in addition to that, 90 of the 160 films that are playing in the festival will have directorial or cast crew representation at the screenings. So it's really a celebration of independent film, and it's also a chance for local filmmakers to meet up-and-coming, local audiences to meet up-and-coming filmmakers.
Yeah, and I'm really thrilled about the celebrity guests that we're going to have. We have Paul Giamatti is going to be visiting us and screening Sideways, legendary independent film, and Judd Reinhold is going to be here with one of my favorites of all time, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. It's going to be just a nonstop party. It's a great place. I just moved down here last year. It's going to be my first festival, though it's not my very first film festival, but I'm just super thrilled to be part of it, and it's just going to be nonstop fun. Yeah, it's the funnest film festival I already know. This place really this really, the Enzian and anything attached to it just really locks in, and it's really magical once everything starts rolling.
Yeah, what makes this festival so special, and what makes the Enzian the perfect place for it?
Well, I think Enzian has this wonderful Eden bar. It's surrounded by trees. It's a local icon. I mean, we're really, it's, I call it world famous. I call Enzian ultra famous. It really is in the art house world. It's a fantastic centerpiece for community. We have rock star programmers like Matthew and Tim sitting right next to me, who just take so much care in programming, and they really think about the way the event flows. It has a wonderful Florida flavor to it. It's such a local, regional, amazing place. And if you miss it, you will have, I don't know, I think you'll want to have changed your schedule in a time travel machine.
Yeah, to me, it's an oasis. Wade mentioned world famous, but really, years ago, Cosmopolitan magazine named Enzian the best theater in Florida. And we're really proud of that. We're really proud of the program. We do 24/7, 365. But, we spend 9 months putting together the Florida Film Festival. And the alumni of this film festival go all the way to the top. Christopher Nolan, Sean Baker, Ryan Johnson, Chloe Zhao. All of them have played films at this film festival before really anybody knew who they were.
If someone maybe hasn't been to the Florida Film Festival before, what should they know? What should they expect?
I mean, the only thing that's really different than just going to a movie in a normal movie theater is the interaction with the filmmakers. Otherwise, this is one ticket is all it takes. Just go to the website, take a look at everything that's on there. It's www.floridafilmfestival.com. There's 160 things to choose from. Buy a ticket. They're only $13, which is cheaper than seeing anything in a multiplex. And the website will tell you if the director is going to be there, or the cast is going to be there, and when they're going to be there. Come out, enjoy a movie, and after it's over, meet the filmmakers, say hi, because you don't know, 10 years from now, they could be accepting an Oscar, and that selfie you got with them in the lobby is going to give you mad street cred.
That's what it's all about, right?
I mean, it's a virtual world. So.
Now, what is the community like, the film culture and community like here in Central Florida?
This is the kind of community that claps after a film, even if the director isn't there.
That's
okay. True. This is an extremely passionate and amazing, welcoming, warm film community. A lot of people think, oh, I don't know about cinema. I don't know about old black and white films and things like that. It just doesn't matter. We love cinema from stem to stern, from the top to the bottom. And anybody who steps into the movie theater is our friend, and anybody who goes to the festival is our friend. So we're completely welcoming. We love new guests, and we're going to have a big crowd here. What they should know is they're going to have a blast.
Yeah, Enzian has spent 41 years cultivating a world-class film goer experience. The people that come here make this place. We wouldn't be as good at doing what we do if we didn't have the kind of passionate audiences who come to the movies, but then also stick around to talk about them and talk to us about what they loved and what they didn't love and what they'd like to see and what they don't necessarily want to see. And we take all of that into account when we consider the thousands of films that we look at to program this film festival.
I think one of the most important things to remember too is that when you go, for the people who have never been to the film festival, you're going to see films that may have never even seen outside the editing room. This is a very special time because you're going to get to see premieres and films that just have not really they've not been on the theater, they have not screened anywhere. So this is a really special time where you get to see movies before pretty much anyone else in the area. So you'll have a lot to talk about with your friends, and when that does come out in the theater, you'll say, oh, I already saw that at the film festival.
Yeah, over 140 of the films in this year's event are having their premiere here. So they will have not played in this state anywhere before we are going to play them at this festival.
Wow, and we're talking 160 films from 31 countries. It sounds like there's probably something for everyone.
Yeah, something Matthew Curtis, the programming director, and I always say is that there is a film for everybody, but maybe not every movie is for everybody. But we know that if you get in there and you dig through that list and you start to like say, oh, I love Samara Weaving. Well, great, she's in 2 films at the festival this year. Or I really like Justice Smith. I just saw him in Now You See Me, Now You Don't. Well, he's directing his very first movie and we're going to screen it at the film festival this year. Like, just there's so much incredible programming that we could be on here for days just telling you about it. But the best thing I can say is that website's goal, or just come here, get on property, and just ask anybody, hey, what should I see? Our volunteers, our staff, they're the gold standard. They're so passionate. They'll tell you, like, what are you into? And then they'll give you recommendations. I can't say enough kind things about the people that work here during this event.
Still tickets available, still ways for folks to come out there and be part of this.
Yeah, tons of tickets available for shows. There's definitely some stuff that's already sold out. First screening of from Paul Giamatti, the first premiere screening of First They Came From My College, and some stuff is definitely on the edge of sellouts. So yeah, don't sit on your laurels, jump on it.
And what's your message about why something like this is important to have here in Orlando?
I think, any city that is an arts-focused city, which Orlando is, has to have a film festival. And the level of passion that this team brings and this audience brings it to a level like that it's built over so many years. There's just been so much care and passion, and it didn't start off being what it is today. It's layers and layers of history and work and connections and relationships with filmmakers and films and distributors and things like that. So I think it's really important for an arts city to be part of it. And just like any other arts event that we have in Orlando, I would say that it's one of those key things that locks into the spirit of what Orlando has shown to me as I've been moved here as a new resident. I feel like it will surprise you. You come here and you feel like, wow, everybody loves the arts here. They want to be a part of it. And so I just encourage everybody to just be themselves, be their own Orlando selves, and have a blast with us and see things they've never seen before at the film festival.
That will be kicking off at the Enzian Theater 10 days long. A lot to look forward to with that. Keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The family of a Florida State University shooting victim filing a lawsuit against ChatGPT. That's according to reporting from the Tallahassee Democrat. And the attorneys claim that the shooting suspect, Phoenix Eichner, was in, quote, constant communication with the chatbot and may have received advice on how to commit that attack. We're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that, and things continuing to move forward. So a lot of questions about all of this. Joining us live now to put this lawsuit into context for us, we're pleased to be joined by Carney Chagall-Pfefferkorn, Assistant Professor of Instruction at USF's Bellini College of AI, Cybersecurity, and Computing, a legal scholar and attorney. And Carney, we appreciate you joining us today.
Pleasure.
So first, I just want to get your reaction to hearing this lawsuit, and is this the kind of thing when it comes to liability over these things that we're going to continue to see happen more and more against AI companies?
Yes, certainly. We've already started to see similar lawsuits. It's pretty novel, but there are several lawsuits now pending against OpenAI and other AI companies for physical damage caused either to users or to by users following the advice of LLMs, large language models like ChatGPT.
And what are the arguments that attorneys make as to why these companies should be held liable?
So there are different causes of action that have been raised in other lawsuits, especially when users have committed suicide or inflicted harm on others, and which I can only assume will be raised in this case as well. And these could be negligence and wrongful death and products liability. And I can delve into those if you would like. But I think maybe even before, important to stop and think why AI giving advice is different than reading on something in a book or in Google search. Why all of a sudden we're seeing all these lawsuits against OpenAI and the other AI companies. And you could call it a benefit, you can call it a risk, but the relationship we have with these companions, the chatbots like ChatGPT, is different than just reading something, even if it's a search engine giving us details on what we want to know. People develop attachment to those companion bots. They trust them, they rely on them. And again, I could elaborate more, but I think this is a main reason why people act upon what the chatbot or ChatGPT is saying. And this is why we're also seeing these lawsuits.
And what's the outcome of some of these? Are they successful? Are these successful claims that are being made?
That's a great question, but we don't know yet. So they're all very new. We have one famous lawsuit here in Florida by a mother of a 14-year-old boy who killed himself following conversations with a chatbot. In this case, settled. So we don't have a ruling. Many other cases in Florida and elsewhere are now pending. So the truth is we still don't know. In Canada, too, by the way, there was a mass shooting at a school only 2 months ago. And there, too, the claim is that the shooter was seeking advice from the chatbot, from ChatGPT. And they're also being sued there. But again, this happened last February, so we still do not have answers on how it's going to be decided.
What are the ramifications of this as we see more of these lawsuits filed?
So importantly, in this context, just last week, we had 2 landmark cases where a jury, both in California and New Mexico, ruled against Meta. The topic was a little bit different, but both juries decided that Meta was responsible for harm caused to users who were addicted to their platforms, resulting in emotional distress and anxiety, etc. And it was different because it wasn't focusing on advice given by a chatbot, but on the way the platform was designed to harm users. So it's a little bit different, but still, many now say that these wins are considered like the tobacco moment of tort litigation against AI companies, that now we're going to see mass tort litigation against them because of wrong done to the users.
It's interesting to hear you talk about how this is different than reading about it in a book because of kind of that interactive nature of it. I think that's kind of a fascinating way of looking at it.
Right. So it's the connection is interactive. You trust. Many users spend a lot of time with a chatbot, sometimes even at the expense of developing other social friendships. They treat the companion chatbot as their friend. They rely on them. These chatbots are designed to be pleasing, to be available, to tell you what you want to hear. And they make sure that the answer suits what you want to hear. And if you look at it from a legal perspective, when you look at the causes of action that I can only assume will appear in this lawsuit and have been appearing in other lawsuits, there is a relevance. For example, one cause of action raised in other lawsuits, and I'm sure will be raised here, is negligence. They'll probably claim that OpenAI is negligent in the way it designed these chatbots, ChatGPT. And to establish a claim of negligence, you have to show that there was a duty of care, that the care was breached, that there was damage, and that there was causation between the breach and the damage. And when you look at the characteristics of this connection to the chatbots, as opposed to, for example, reading the search engine results, this matters a lot. Because, for example, the first element of the duty of care, you have to show that there was some sort of special relationship by the wrongdoer and the victim, or that the damage was foreseeable. And I think it will be much easier to establish in the case of a chatbot that the user trusted and then act upon what it did than in the case of just reading something in its search engine results. And even more importantly, one of the elements of negligence that's hard to establish is the causation, meaning had it not been, there are a few legal tests, but a main one is had it not been for the breach of the duty of care, for example, had OpenAI not designed their chatbot such that it would provide such advice, then damage would not have resulted. And if it's someone reading about how to operate a rifle in a search engine, I think it's easier to claim that there is no causation. They would still go out and do it even if they hadn't read it on the Google search engine results. But it might be a stronger causation claim to make when it's not only reading about how to do something, but when it's a relationship. If I understand correctly, the facts of this case, they say the shooter continuously been receiving advice, and therefore the element of causation might be easier to prove in such a case.
And will those chat logs be things that will be able to be pulled and kind of used as evidence for this?
Yes, definitely. In the phase of discovery, they'll have to expose them. I think the plaintiff already has a hold of some of it, if not all. I assume that OpenAI, I saw that their spokesman said that they, in one of the chats in the history, once they did provide the shooter with information of a hotline because of the suicidal thoughts he expressed. So they might use it to say, listen, even if we had a duty of care, we didn't breach it because we did what we could do to try and prevent damage. For example, we gave him information on who to call and what hotline to call to try to get him treated. But definitely the content of the logs will be very important for the different arguments raised.
So as we continue to watch things like this, not just this particular lawsuit, but others like it, what will you be watching for as we see things like this happen? Because it is kind of the trailblazing stuff at this point, because we are still so early on in all of this. It's a new frontier.
You're right. I think it will be interesting to see if OpenAI and the other AI companies, what their strategy is, if they want to litigate the case and get a ruling, or they prefer to settle it beforehand and avoid a precedent. We know, based on the cases I've mentioned, the verdicts, the jury verdicts against Meta, that The public sentiment, at least based on these cases, are in favor of holding these companies accountable. So I don't know what their strategy would be like.
Do you think that as we see more of these things, that this is potentially just the beginning of more regulations and things that are put in place to address some of these legal questions?
Yes, yes. So one prong would be more litigation. I'm sure there are many other victims who will now decide to sue. And the second prong is indeed more regulation on the state level, on the federal level. I think that here this tension between the desire to promote innovation and enjoy all the benefits of AI and generative AI in specifics, they conflict with the safety issues and the desire to keep the users and others safe. So I assume we will see regulation, especially, by the way, and this is not the current case, but especially when it comes to interaction with children. Here, even the federal administration set it as a priority. Because unlike other types of technology, where there is a lot of time between the development and the actual adoption, and there is time for the regulators to stop and think, and there is time to conduct safety tests. Here, the rate of adoption is so wide and the pace is so quick that we have millions of users who are using new models that come out every day when the risks are still unknown. And I'm sure that the AI companies are investing a lot of effort in trying to prevent risk. Maybe not enough, but I'm sure they're investing much. But legislation will definitely have to be another prong of it.
Interesting tensions, like you said, a lot of interesting things at play here. And we'll continue to watch as all of this develops because we're all part of just a shifting and constantly evolving landscape here. Carney Chagall-Pfefferkorn, Assistant Professor of Instruction at the USF Spallini College of AI, Cybersecurity, and Computing. Enjoyed this conversation with you. We really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we appreciate you joining us over the last 4.5 hours of our live streaming news coverage today here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And I want to let you know, still more things coming up next. I'm going to hand things off here on Fox Local to the Fox 35 Storm Team. It is another storm alert day. We're tracking more rain, showers, wind gusts as well. So Laurel's going to have an update on that coming up on Fox 35 Weather Plus in just a couple of minutes. We're also standing by for that 3:30 NASA news conference where they give an update on where things stand with the Artemis mission. Those 4 astronauts still far away from home right now. They completed their lunar observations in their flyby earlier this week. Those images that we've been watching and talking about is absolutely incredible to see. We're going to hear a status update from NASA officials coming up in just a couple of minutes as well. We will have that for you on the Fox 35 YouTube page, so you'll be able to watch that there as well. And then the 407 at 4, Fox 35 News at 5 coming up after that. Just keep it here on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 YouTube page. We've got a lot more news and live streaming content for you coming up next. So I am just about done for the day. Let me give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach. You can see the rough surf, the big waves, some rip currents out there. Probably you can see if you look closely enough. But those are the weather conditions we are talking about on this Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. And I'll be back here tomorrow at 11 o'clock with more Fox 35 News Plus.